匠心源于初心，着实始于远见。大酱传承是中国烹饪协会重点推荐支持的项目，由中烹协供应商委员会参供联、中烹协供应商委员会参百联联合发起，集全国各大菜系流派34位顶级烹饪大师、权威食品生产研发团队、多家大型餐饮连锁机构、行业上中下游品牌联盟于一体，是面向全国餐饮供应链品牌服务商开发的合作平台。工于技，匠于心，标准到细节，精致到点滴。大酱传承的标准，从产业链源头开始，精选全球精品食材，经标准化转化，与出口级生产企业合作，由中烹协重点推荐，步步标准，环环用心，最终让百姓吃上健康放心菜品。人良方为食，众口方为品。人良则食安，品质则周全。因为匠心所向，只为极致，带动餐饮行业锐意进取。因为坚守纯粹，只为专注，促进食品产业兴盛繁荣。我们是大酱传承。
好，大家都不要发言。
欢迎各位朋友们加入我们2022年第4届吃货美食盛典的 Zoom 直播间。我们的活动将会在10分钟之后正式开始，请各位耐心等候我们的开场。那这期间呢，我们会播放暖场视频，供各位参会的朋友们观看，请大家耐心等候。
That's it, Brian? Yes.
Bet you're looking for something new.
我太是一个吃货了，我是一名吃货。
Yeah, I'm definitely a food lover. I wouldn't do what I do if I was not.
从小吃到大，一天3餐是不够的。
之前最疯狂的日子呢，我们可以一天吃8家到10家餐厅吧，还足够内容给我们的粉丝看。所以我说我们是吃货是没错的。
应该算是一个吃货。
I wouldn't call myself a foodie, but yes, I do love food.
Yeah, I'm definitely a foodie.
Definitely a food lover. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, doesn't matter.
美食对我来说是生活的另一半，对，有的时候看得比男朋友还要重要。
在过去的3年里面，我们就吃遍了 LA， 吃了1500家餐厅，但是很快乐，还是这么的瘦。
Food means to me is a celebration of family, friends, and bringing people together. Like churro, yeah, churro brings a lot of people together.
I especially love food in Los Angeles because it's very international and very diverse, and I think it's an exciting time to live in Los Angeles.
工作一天会有很大的精神压力或者体力的压力。通过好的美食放松一下他的心情。
Food is something delicious and lovely to look at and smell, but also I think food is one of the purest expressions of culture. It's a really good way of understanding other people.
我选择了做餐饮这个行业，见证了我的爱情。刚好我老公也是一名大厨，所以说每天就生活在大厨的私房菜之中。2006年，我从中国到美国来读书，因为吃结识了一帮非常好的朋友，他们今天在美国就相当于是我的家人，吃联系着我们之间的感情，是一个非常重要的纽带。
大家好，我是黄磊黄小厨，未来黄小厨将继续坚持以美食为纽带，与全世界的吃货们一起发现幸福生活的美好日常。祝大家走遍世界，吃遍全球。
我是 Amy，吃货小分队的创始人和 CEO。这是我们第一次办这么大的一个活动，每年到年末年初的时候，都会想说去办一些餐厅的评选啦、颁奖啦这种。在讨论的过程里面，我们既然认识这么多的餐厅老板，然后了解这么多的背后的故事，所以我们就在想说，哎，是不是可以真的把他们招在一块儿？那我们之后的话，我们也会做自己的互联网产品，希望大家不管说是来美国旅游，还是说在美国留学，你们都能够通过吃货小分队找到你们想念的美食。
2020，再难也要好好吃饭，中国加油！
我相信我就是我，我相信明天，我相信青春没有地平线，在日落的海边，在热闹的大街，都是我心中最美的乐园。
朋友们好，欢迎您来到由北美地区最具影响力的华人生活方式平台吃货小分队和北美亚洲餐厅协会联合主办的第4届吃货盛典及北美美食行业峰会的现场。Welcome to North America Asian Food Industry Conference。我是本次峰会的主持人 Jasmine。 本次盛会，我们非常荣幸地邀请到了北美餐饮最权威的代表们，与朋友们共话后疫情时代的行业新机遇，敬请期待。那么我非常开心地向大家宣布，第4届美食盛典正式拉开帷幕。有请吃货小分队以及 Asia Creative 的联合创始人 Cosmo 胡致开幕词。
Hello， 大家好。非常感谢 Amy 今年让我来做这个开幕致辞。我是吃货小分队的联合创始人 Cosmo。其实我们从做吃货开始，做餐饮咨询的第一天，就总有餐厅老板在问我们什么时候是餐饮的机会，然后我总是告诉他们，现在就是机会。什么意思呢？疫情刚刚开始的时候，其实没有人知道房地产会怎么样，那个时候没有人敢买房子。但那个时候买房子的人其实都赚钱了，我自己也知道有一些餐饮人在那个时候拼命的用很低的价格买店，然后我也知道有一些曾经不是做餐饮的人在那个时候买店进入了这个餐饮的市场。我和 Amy 其实帮助了很多 local 的小餐厅做过一些咨询，也帮助了一些本土的品牌资本化，现在有一些也估值上千万美金了。但我们发现所有人能成功，归根结底其实就是一句话，他们就是在正确的时间做了正确的事情。我先来给大家分享几个数据啊。根据这个福布斯的这个报告显示，2022年餐饮服务业的销售额预计将达到8980亿美元，比2021年增加了多少呢？增加了990亿美元，比2020年增加了多少呢？增加了2200亿美元。而2022年，也就是今年的这个销售额预测，会超过新冠爆发以前，也就是2019年的行业销售额。就是它在整个未来的5年里，中餐的行业预计即将保持上升的趋势，而中国食品会继续受到美国人的欢迎，并且有向高端餐饮模式转变的潜力。那这样就是说明什么呢？它将会提高整个行业的利润。那预计到了2027年为止的5年之内，行业收入将以年率2.3%的速度增长到225亿美元。去年有一半的这个全服务餐饮的运营商推出了配送服务，因为疫情嘛。那60%的消费者表示，他们比疫情爆发前更常选择外卖服务。那对于千禧一代来说，这个数字更是高达了71%。我刚刚所有的这些上述的数据都来自于我们吃货餐饮的行业报告。那我们团队从策划整理采访校对设计花了差不多大半年的时间。那这一份大的餐饮数据报告里面总共分为3小部分。那它第一部分呢是北美餐饮行业的现状以及趋势，这里比较重要的是消费习惯趋势变化这一块，比如说堂食外卖外带的比率，然后是整个北美市场的行业趋势。那第2份是北美中餐深度内容营销趋势报告，这份报告主要是告诉大家主流的人和媒体他们最在意的点是什么。那第3份是北美华人消费习惯调研报告，那这是我们采访了超过700位在美的华人做出的一份数据报告，里面会非常清晰的告诉大家他们的用餐、消费等等所有的这些习惯。那我们通过在美华人餐饮消费数据和在美国的餐饮消费大数据以及主流媒体的数据，希望多维度的去帮助餐饮人，让我们切入不同的视角，去更深层次的理解和准备好进入餐饮的2.0吧，或者说是3.0的时代。那如果大家还记得我们去年盛典的主题叫做后疫情时代，北美餐饮如何破局重生。我们去年请了猎豹移动的 CEO 傅盛跟我们分享关于餐厅已经迎来了机器人时代。还有去年6月获得800万美金 A 轮融资的 Salt Talk， 他们做云厨房的，他们的 VP 也给我们分享了如何通过互联网去降本增效。那还有硅谷的新晋独角兽 We 的 CEO Larry 也跟大家分享了关于北美因为疫情而带来的消费转变也包括我们的老朋友 Lady M 的 Ken 也来跟我们分享了关于疫情之后电商的崛起之路。那做完去年的盛典以后，之后的大半年的时间里， 我们整个团队，然后包括我和 Amy， 我们都陆陆续续收到了非常多国内也希望做品牌出海的餐饮集团的联系，很多问题都围绕着在现在这个阶段要不要做品牌出海，以及如果要做该怎么做。那当然也有很多本土的餐饮品牌，他们希望做到规模化、连锁化，也来找我们说那应该怎么做。那说真的，在屏幕后的你一定跟我想的一样，疫情之下其实大家都非常非常的难。但是你会发现啊，你总能看到我们身边为什么有人永远可以顺势而为赚到钱，然后也有人就是受到大环境影响，就是一蹶不振。我们也看到很多餐厅永远关闭了，对吗？但举个今年我觉得应该是最火的例子啊，就是新东方，他们从一个教英语的机构变成了今年最火的直播带货平台。我觉得其实真的很多东西是要顺势而为。那我们去年主要都是在讨论整个大疫情环境下的这个餐饮破局之道。那整个餐饮的趋势，我觉得也不是说整个餐饮的趋势，就是整个世界都是这样的趋势。其实它未来就是一个去中心化的一个这样的趋势。什么意思呢？区块链也好，智能餐饮也好，现在的社交媒体也好，大家其实都不是只有一个渠道去获取信息了。我们今年一开始定了一个主题呢，叫做全渠道颠覆啊，就是餐饮消费行业如何在疫情后全渠道的去触达各类的消费者。我用一个大白话来讲啊，这样听起来有点拗口，就是如何立足当下，然后拥抱餐饮新生态。所以我们今年的主题就叫做拥抱餐饮新生态，它更像是一个去年大疫情环境下餐饮破局之道的升级版本。那去年我们在讲如何破局，在讲破局之道。那今年我们在讲什么呢？我们在讲立身之术，如何立足当下，又如何拥抱未来以及变化。大家会看到我们的日程表，今天早上的分享，美国餐饮巨头全运营高管，还有美国第一中央厨房Kitchen United 的人都会来跟我们分享餐饮品牌如何规模化以及数字化。那还有我和 Amy 个人都非常非常期待的，鼎泰丰的市场总监会来跟我们分享他们如何把一个小笼包做到全世界人都喜欢，还有如何把亚洲的食品打入主流市场等等。其实这些分享都是在告诉大家如何立足当下。那下午场的中国连锁品牌如何落地美国，降本增效的核心要素是什么？预制菜的发展还有机会，以及如何把茶做成下一个星巴克，都是我们给大家关于如何拥抱新生态的一些畅想吧。所以请大家不要错过任何一场，因为任何一场 session 都是紧密相关，然后它们之间是环环相扣的。我们有北美最大的华人新移民市场，然后我们也帮助中国的品牌出海，帮助美国的品牌触达美国亚裔市场群体，给餐饮品牌整合现有的行业资源，也提供更加多元和合作的服务解决方案。这是我们真正要做的事情也是我们一直在做的事情。所以我们每一个吃货人都会义无反顾地带着这样的信念深耕餐饮行业，让更多人发现中餐、亚洲餐饮的价值。在美国餐饮变迁的历史上，我们希望留下我们更多亚洲人的印记，这是我们成为吃货的使命。这就是我们开始做吃货盛典的初衷，是我们做品牌营销 Asia Creative 的初衷，也是我们做餐饮协会 NAFTA 的初衷，更是我们做吃货小分队的初衷。最后我想说，我们的人生其实就是有几个你看不见的未来的选择拼凑起来的，最后它给了你现在的答案。再次感谢大家今天来听我们的吃货盛典。大家如果有任何的问题可以在群里，还有就是在 Zoom 的这个聊天室里面留言给我们，然后我和我的团队的同事都会回复大家的。好，我现在把剩下的时间交给我们的主持人 Jasmine， 谢谢大家。
好的，谢谢 Cosmo 那么刚才 Cosmo 有提到的餐饮行业的报告，请大家扫码我们屏幕上显示的这个二维码进入购票购买链接。同时呢，我们的吃货小分队的朋友们也会在我们的微信群里头为大家分享这个购物的指南。本次盛典呢，上半场呢上午的多为英文 那同时我们也有同传，可以切换频道，大家如果想要任何的guidance，可以问到我们的吃货小分队的工作人员。同时我们也有在这个 chat box 里头有给大家输入。那么上半场我们正式开始了。在此呢，我特别感谢以下赞助商对本次盛典的大力支持。感谢刘一手用世界的语言演绎中国的味道，刘一手火锅。感谢北美食材供应链领先品牌酱传集团。感谢 AMA Kitchen， 只要1万1就能轻松展店创业的 AMA 美食厨房。感谢串联东西，以文化讲述餐饮故事的 CSA 设计事务所。感谢 Menu 师傅引跑5年餐厅软件华人共同选择。感谢 Rushable 为餐厅建立私域流量、自动化营销以及零抽成点餐。感谢美玉嘉华财务 ERTC 申请专家，最高效最灵活。All right, we are going to switch into English. Again, thank you all for joining us today. We will start with our first keynote of the day. We've invited 2 distinguished VIP guests. Please allow me to introduce them. Carol Osborne, the co-author of the book, Delivery the Digital Restaurant. Carol is a global retail executive and a board member whose experience spans across blue chip companies and disruptive startups ventures and restaurants. His knowledge of operational excellence, business development, and change management, together with his ability to traverse industries and disciplines, is admired by his diverse, extensive network. Welcome, Carl.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here.
And we have our speaker, Meredith Sandland. He's the interim CEO and co-author of the book, Delivery the Digital Restaurant. She has created and driven disruptive growth, and at both Fortune 100 and startup companies. She has spent a decade navigating change consumer demands and real estate environments for the restaurants. As an ex-chief development officer at Taco Bell, Meredith reignited Unite growth after the 2008 and 2009 recession to build over 1K Taco Bells and add over 1 billion in sales to the brand.
Yeah.
Welcome, Meredith.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
All right, Kyle and Meredith, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, we were asked to talk about growing restaurant brands, which of course is something that I have a lot of experience with, having increased the unit count of Taco Bell. And then of course our background is in digital and how this disruption is changing what's going on in restaurants right now. And so we've combined the two topics because so much of what's happening in the digital disruption affects how you can grow your restaurant brand.
Yeah, we're really pleased to be here with everyone. Thank you for inviting us to the Asia Creative team. It's a real pleasure to be able to spend some time talking with your audience today. We often get asked about growth and what digitization is doing for growth. And today we hope to share with you at least a few insights around how a few aspects of growth are actually happening now. Not too much, okay? Ghost Kitchen. Let's tell you a little bit about ourselves. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as we were kind of introduced, we are the authors of the book, is really something which has surprised us in many ways because it's become a bestseller in many countries around the world. It's won a few awards as well. And really, when we were at Kitchen United together, both Meredith and I saw the changing landscape for restaurants of all kinds and the challenge in many ways of what digitization was creating for restaurants as they had to adapt their business model. And so I remember saying to Meredith one day as we were driving back from our office, wouldn't it be great if we could offer our Kitchen United customers a book that helps them understand what is happening in this space? And as a result of our quick search on Amazon, we found that there was no book. And so when we had left Kitchen United, Meredith and I revisited this idea and decided to write the book. We interviewed over 100 different executives, both in restaurants and in the technology companies, to try and tell the tale as to why off-premise, why delivery, why digitization is actually something for restaurants to be excited about, to look at with more optimism, because it is, of course, something that now, since the pandemic, a very large part of the restaurant business model. And we hope that those of you that have yet to get a copy will get a copy. We are offering each of the viewers and listeners today a discount. So if you go to our website, www.learn.delivery, you'll be able to use the Taste of Asia coupon code to get a 20% discount. And we'd love to be able to use that and sign a copy for you and get that to you for you to read. Other than that, let's move on to the next slide and tell you a bit about what we'd like to cover today. And Meredith is going to lead a large chunk of this, but we really want to get into, when we talk about growth, and as Meredith mentioned a moment or two ago, she was in this role herself at Taco Bell, thinking about how to grow a company of that size. And of course, it's always been a challenge. It's always been difficult. But now new paths are emerging, and we'd like to share with you some of those paths that we believe a digital world enables and empowers. And as a result of that, we'll share with you some of our best practices that we think will enable those growth paths to be accepted. But similarly, we'll demonstrate for you some of the things that perhaps aren't articulated as often enough. What are the preconditions for growth? What are the things that you really need to consider if indeed these are potential pathways for you to embrace? And therefore, how do you look and assess which option is right for you? We'll certainly be making some time for questions and answers as well. But without further ado, over to you, Meredith.
All right, next slide, please. So the first thing I want to touch on, since leaving a giant brand, I have met with so many smaller brands who think very similarly, if one is good, 100 must be better. And how do I get bigger than I am? And certainly the allure is there, which is if I'm doing really well out of my current restaurant and customers love me and I'm very busy, how do I leverage my brand and my recipes through additional locations? And certainly additional locations will also create volume for my food and marketing spend. So those will actually get better as I have more volume. And therefore, I can logically assume that each location I open will make at least $150,000, similar to my first one. But what I've noticed is the reality of growth is that a second restaurant creates costs that can only be justified by more restaurants. And so many restaurant chains end up in a situation where they have to grow very, very quickly. And they start bringing on outside capital in order to do that. So they're making $150,000 out of that first restaurant. The customers love them and they are very busy, but the reason why is because supply is limited to one location. And that restaurant's brand is incredibly well known, at least in the immediate trade area. So then the reality sinks in that you won't be able to be at both locations as much as you've been at your first. And therefore your second location will make less money than your first. And your first may also suffer too, due to inattention and lack of brand awareness. At this point, you will think, I need to hire above restaurant staff to fill the gap. An area coach, maybe some marketing people. And then once you have those hires, you'll think you need many more restaurants in order to justify these hires. And this is how many restaurants go from one successful restaurant to being on an eternal quest for growth that pays for itself. Next slide. So what happens is what I'll call the growth challenge. And this can be depicted by a classic J-curve of cash demands. So on our vertical axis, we have the cash needs of the business. And on the horizontal axis, we have, a figurative number of restaurants. So what happens is, as you add restaurants, you need more and more and more cash to build out those restaurants, but they typically don't pay enough, don't earn enough to pay back the cash need to build out. So as the example here, if you had a $2 million restaurant AUV or average unit volume at a 15% unit level margin, which would be great. I think industry average for independents is about 7. In this situation, you'd be making about $300,000 of unit level profit. But if each unit cost $1.5 million to open, you could only build one every 5 years if you were financing it out of the restaurant cash flow. So this is where many restaurants think, I will take on outside investors or I will take on debt so that I can go faster. But the problem is typically restaurants are chasing their tail until they hit about 100 units. At 100 units, that's about the point where they start to become self-funding for additional growth and where they can carry the entire above restaurant infrastructure, whether it's the area coaches or the marketing staff or whoever it might be. And many restaurants, I think, underestimate how many restaurants they're going to have to build and how saturated they will have to be in their local markets in order to get to this point. Next slide, please. What's exciting about the new digital world is that it opens up a less capital intense growth path. So on the left, we see the same J-curve as from the prior slide, where we had to spend a lot of capital in order to get to a point where the collection of restaurants was generating cash instead of using cash. On the right-hand side, we see the new way of doing things, where less capital investment is required, and we go to immediate cash flow growth. Here, you have somewhere between 150,000 and 1.5 million in restaurant AUV. We'll talk about some of the different models in a minute. Again, that same 15% unit level margin. And so the restaurant is making 22,500 to 225,000 of unit level profit, but each unit only costs somewhere between $0 and $100,000 to open. This means you can open as many locations as you're able to operate without taking on investors or debt. Next slide, and I think I hand it back to Carl.
Thanks, Meredith. So it's at this point when we'll start to introduce the terms ghost kitchens and virtual brands. But I would first like to direct your attention to where Meredith was talking about a few moments ago on the right-hand side, which is just this evaluation on the positives and negatives of these two different pathways of growth. When we look on the right-hand side and the traditional unit growth, obviously we're drawn to the fact that this is a known and proven business model. This is something that the restaurant industry has done for decades and decades. It is proven. We know how to do it. And also, therefore, the consumer is used to it. It's something that the consumer is used to, and the proposition that the consumers actually utilize, in the sense that when they see a new restaurant open up, they're excited about it. They're drawn to it. And of course, it's a wonderful flag for the brand. It's a great way to demonstrate how the brand can be leveraged as well. But as Meredith was just alluding to, these things are expensive. You know, they do take a lot of money and investment to be able to make happen. Similarly, operationally, they are particularly intense, especially in such a labor-short environment as we are right now. And it's not something that you can do particularly quickly. It takes many months, if not years, to open up new locations. And of course, as we know, it's very, very competitive. Do you know, before the pandemic, the US was second only to Japan in restaurants per capita. And so therefore, the competition for the restaurant industry in the US has never been more difficult than it has been in recent years. Of course, we have seen some restaurants fall by the wayside through the pandemic, but still, it is clearly a very competitive environment. But when we look to the left-hand side here, well, let's start to explore ghost kitchens and virtual brands. Now, I'll give you more of a definition of this in a moment. But as Meredith was just saying, first of all, if you can do something in a capital-light fashion, not a huge amount of investment up front, which allows you to also open up quickly, while also taking advantage of the digital environment, which of course is optimized, therefore, the food that is being produced through ghost kitchens and virtual brands is produced in a way that is optimized for off-premise consumption, then clearly that sounds very exciting. But it's also unfamiliar. It's a different business model. When you look at the economics of it, it might seem not particularly attractive. But of course, there's another thing here which doesn't get enough attention either. And that is digital marketing is absolutely at the epicenter of success for both ghost kitchens and virtual brands. And similarly, the menu and the way in which you operate these doesn't have to be the same way as you would operate a traditional unit. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what are these ghost kitchens and virtual brands? Well, first of all, a ghost kitchen, we like to term it as hardware. And in that sense, it's a kitchen that has been created for the purpose of the production of food that is going to be consumed in an off-premise setting. It's a kitchen that's been produced for the consumption of food in an off-premise setting. There are many different types of ghost kitchens, and Meredith will touch on different models for you to consider in a moment or two. But that's it. Virtual brands are considered like the software, the different menus, the different ways in which food can appear on a virtual landscape. And so in that sense, the food that a virtual brand is creating is just that for, again, consumption in an off-premise setting. You cannot eat a virtual brand in an on-premise setting. But both of these models have technology underpinning their success. The next slide, please. And there are many, many different providers out there trying to do this, and many different models as well. The company that Meredith and I were part of before, Kitchen United, leases out kitchen space and provides technology for restaurants to be able to have their brand in a ghost kitchen location. But they still have to supply the staff to cook those items. They still have to think about the way in which they wish to market their items. There is, of course, then the mix aspect of Kitchen United as well, which allows restaurants to be able to be on the Kitchen United platform and, for all intents and purposes, be part of a virtual food hall. But maybe there are some out there, like Wendy's, for example, that don't even want to operate and have the kind of onus of having to manage the production of food with their own staff. And that, in that instance, companies like Reef are actually taken on the mantle. They obviously supply the kitchen, but they also supply the staff and work in a licensing arrangement. From a virtual brand standpoint, again, there are different models that exist. There are some companies that create their own virtual brand on top of their current menu. And then there are other companies, like Nextbite, for example, that create brands themselves, are experts at marketing those brands, and license them out for people to build upon their current restaurant infrastructure. That's right. Virtual brands don't have to only exist in ghost kitchens. They can exist also in brick and mortar settings where they are layering on top of the current offering. So there are numerous different models out there. And I think when we go to the next slide now, you'll see that as a result of that, host kitchens can also be a kitchen for these aspects, but vertically integrated kitchens, which are ones that actually allow everything associated to being a ghost kitchen to incorporating virtual brands, are also a model. So you can have ghost kitchens independently, helping restaurants to be able to exist and to extend their brand in a digital fashion. You can use your current kitchen as a host kitchen and therefore deploy additional brands on top of it. Or you can look to vertically integrated options, which actually do everything together, the kitchen infrastructure, the virtual brands on top, and in the case of things like Cluster Truck, the delivery aspect of it too. Over to you, Meredith. You're on mute.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So what you see on this page is a way to think about all of these different and novel growth paths. Along the vertical axis, we see what kind of expertise do you think your restaurant has? Are you really more about brand and menu and marketing, or are you more about operations and execution? Or maybe you're the rare restaurant who's really good at both. Along the horizontal axis, we see how much operating investment and/or capital intensity each model is. And between these two axes, we see 9 different ways of growth. I've highlighted 5 of them here that we'll spend a lot of time talking about. But just as an example, I will say, let's pick out something that is extremely capital intense, very high on the horizontal axis, and requires expertise in operations and execution. That would lead you to the lower right-hand corner, which is to build a ghost kitchen facility. That, I would say, having done it, Carl and I both working at Kitchen United, is probably one of the hardest growth paths on here. It takes a lot of money, and it takes operating very, very well. Now let's take maybe what the traditional is, expanding through your own company-owned stores. Again, this is very capital intense, requires a lot of operational investment. So we'll put it on the far right side. And in order to expand with company-owned stores, you have to be good at both the brand and menu concepting aspects, marketing aspects, as well as operations and execution. There are very few restaurants in America that have expanded through a company-owned approach because it is so difficult. There were back in the, I would say, 70s, 80s, and 90s, more that expanded through this approach and then subsequently spun their restaurants off into franchises. But it is a very, very difficult path to take. And when you think of the new sort of up and coming restaurants that are doing it, you really have folks like Starbucks, Chipotle, Mod Pizza, Sweet Green. They're very rare, unusual restaurant chains that have been able to take this path. Most high growth chains, think Blaze Pizza or Dave's Hot Chicken, take a franchising path because through franchising, they're able to leverage other people's capital in order to go faster. They also don't have to be quite as good at operations because the franchisee is good at operations. And typically the franchisee is coming from another restaurant chain where they have proven they are good at operations. And that leaves the brand, someone like Blaze Pizza or Dave's Hot Chicken, to really, really focus on the marketing, branding, concepting pieces of running a restaurant. Okay, so let's talk in detail about the 5 that I've highlighted, which are to expand through company-owned and traditional franchising, the ones that I think we're all most familiar with. Number 3, expanding in a ghost kitchen. Number 4, expanding via virtual brands. And number 5, licensing. So let's say you have a restaurant and you're trying to decide which path is right for you. And on the left, I would say these range in a order from harder to easier, with harder being on the left and easier being on the right. Where on the left, you're trying to build more units, either through corporate growth or franchise growth. And on the right, you're trying to build more brands, either through virtual brands or licensing growth. Let's talk about the key success factor in each one that makes it different from all of the others. Please go back one slide. These success factors are very specific to these ways of growing. On the next slide, when we get there, we'll talk about what's in common between all of them, no matter which path you choose. If you want to do corporate growth, meaning all new stores are company owned, you need access to capital. That is the differentiating thing of being on the far left. And to get access to capital, it either means that you are growing extremely slowly at the beginning until you have a very proven model that you can finance out of cash flow, or you have very, very good unit economics, meaning the payback is probably 2 to 3 years, where someone else is willing to loan against it or provide additional equity. In the case of franchise growth, number 2, the differentiating thing that you need to be good at is sales, because you need to be able to go out and find other people who believe in your brand so much that they are willing to invest somewhere between $300,000 and $2 million of their own dollars in order to build the restaurant. It's a sales job. And having done it at Taco Bell, I can say honestly, even with a fantastic brand and fantastic unit economics and great operational infrastructure like Taco Bell had, you still have to convince people to do it. Number 3, on the ghost kitchen growth, Carl already alluded to this, but the differentiating factor is strong digital marketing. When you grow inside of a ghost kitchen, one that's primarily meant for off-premise service, your brand doesn't show up on a pull sign outside. Consumers walking down the street or driving by don't see your brand. The only way that they get to know your brand is online. In many ways, these are online-only restaurants, and so you have to be differentially good at digital marketing. For a virtual brand, let's say you want to add virtual brands to your existing restaurant, or as we would call it, a host kitchen. You really have to have excess kitchen capacity, specifically at the times that the virtual brand is most popular and on the stations that work for the virtual brand. Ideally, that kitchen capacity is cross-utilized, meaning that you're not adding new stations, that you're not overwhelming a station, that you're not adding a ton of new ingredients, so that it's easy for your kitchen to take in additional brands and put them out. Finally, licensing growth. And this is probably, if you can get it, one of the easiest paths, because all you have to be able to do is have commercializable menu items and a great brand, give it to someone else to run the operations and the CapEx. But you have to have such a differentiated commercializable menu item that it can be very, very tricky. See a comment saying ghost kitchen elimination rate is high. And I think maybe we're talking about the restaurants that open in them, but then don't stay open. And there's been a lot of articles about this recently. And yes, it is true. If you go into a ghost kitchen without an established brand and without great digital marketing prowess, you are not going to do well in the ghost kitchen environment. There was a great article that came out last week, I believe in Nation's Restaurant News, that was talking about cloud kitchens and how they were selling a dream to relatively inexperienced restaurant operators that would convince them for a very small upfront cost, they too could open a restaurant. Well, of course, the problem is that most of the costs associated with having a restaurant are in the labor. And so even if you're not paying much for rent, your break even is quite high because of the labor costs that you have to invest. And furthermore, if you're only getting sales from the third-party platforms, your profitability on your food is probably lower. As a result, cloud kitchens has experienced incredibly high turnover, according to this article. Now, I think that there are ways to do it well if you have great digital marketing, if you have a strong first-party channel, then you can generate enough profitable revenue to pay very low labor costs relative to a full freestanding restaurant. Okay, next slide, please. But what all of these things have in common, I would say, is that your current restaurant enjoys customer loyalty as a beloved brand. Your current restaurant enjoys healthy unit level economics. Your current restaurant runs calmly in a scalable system, so it does not feel chaotic in the kitchen, and you have the technology to scale. I will say we have created this list as a checklist so that all of you can think through, would you give yourself a full check mark in your current restaurant? Do you have great ratings? Do you have lines that are caused by customer demand, not by operational supply constraints? Do you have what we call the big two, which are food and labor costs together, of less than 60%? Do you have an asset turnover of greater than 1, meaning your revenue is more than your build cost? Do you know how you operate your restaurant? Is it written down, recorded? Is it shared by all? If you left the restaurant, would your manager do the exact same thing you would do in your absence? And do you have technology that you believe can scale with you? Okay, so having said all those things, I think next slide, we have a few minutes that we can go into Q&A.
All right, thank you, Carol and Meredith. We do have a few minutes for Q&A. If you do have any questions, feel free to leave your comments in the chat box.
I see a comment here that says digital marketing is a must for ghost kitchens, but Facebook ads charge much more than before to meet their profit and revenue goals. I think this is a challenge that figuring out digital marketing in a way that drives profitable ROI is can be very, very challenging. The third parties themselves are turning into search engines and also present another opportunity to spend money on advertising. You know, the great news is that by definition, any consumer on the third party platforms is actively hungry and in a decision-making window. The downside of it is that they're incredibly expensive because you're paying both the listing fee as well as potentially an advertising fee. I think the trick here is all about experimentation and seeing what works for your brand. First, know where your consumers are online, which of the platforms they prefer, and then experiment with what seems to reach them and cause them to come in. In digital marketing, a concept called A/B testing is very, very popular among what I'll call online brands in other verticals. And this is a concept that needs to be carried over into the restaurant world, where you're putting two things up against each other so that you can test a hypothesis. You know, do we get better traction on Facebook or do we get better traction on DoorDash? On a DoorDash ad, is it better to do percentage off or dollar off? And being able to see the results of those A/B tests hopefully will lead to a more positive ROI on the digital marketing spend.
Got a few questions that have come through. Thank you everyone for your questions. Professor Savan says, Lee, nice to see you there, sir. What is your favorite virtual kitchen, ghost kitchen? Well, of course, you'll know that we'll have to say Kitchen United because of our background there. But I think the real answer to that one, Savan says, is it really depends. You saw Meredith give a breakdown on the circumstance of what you need, where you're at, and the competencies that you have, and perhaps the competencies that you don't have. And I think that true evaluation of your own business model and where your capabilities lies is really important in selecting the right ghost kitchen provider for yourself. There's another question here from Sarah. Says, I get the point that digital worlds reduce some cost, but why is the total cost lower? Delivery central kitchen, digital marketing can also add a lot. I think you're right, Sarah. I think it often gets missed in the sense that digital marketing does need an appropriate level of investment. You know, the reality is, as Meredith has just been touching on, is that if you don't invest enough in digital marketing up front, not just doing it well, but also the proportion of your P&L that actually gets dedicated to digital marketing is really, really important. We were at a panel at a conference a few months ago, and some of the folks that are doing this well say that they add 20 to 30% of their overall spend into digital marketing when launching a new brand. And typically ongoing, that's another 10 to 20% that they use to maintain it. So that gives you some idea as to the expense involved to really maintain digital marketing ongoing. Sophia asks,
I would say that leads to, Sarah, in many cases, the profit margin of a ghost or virtual brand is lower, but because the upfront cost is also lower, the payback is better. So if you compare it to a freestanding restaurant, you would always say, well, I can't make the margins work. The percentages are getting eaten up. But if you compare it to the return on capital invested, that's when it becomes much more attractive.
Absolutely. Sophia here asks, what are the top trends in digital marketing in restaurants right now? Well, Meredith and I run a podcast called The Monday Minute that we put out every 2 Mondays, which you can look at on our website, www.learn.delivery. And on that, we only just started to speak about this one, Sophia, on our edition that came out on Monday. Instagram Maps, I think, is a really interesting one to keep an eye on, in the sense that anything that's allowing your customer to have a more frictionless experience, to be able to get through the ordering process more easily, is a great way to be able to embrace different digital marketing trends. And Instagram, with their maps, allowing restaurants to tag their location, and then for customers to be able to see restaurants around them from a local perspective, is a great way of being able to keep that customer in the app, and perhaps more pertinently, drive them towards your own platform. It's really important that, and you'll see in the book when we talk about the third party to first party conversion challenge, that is a real critical part of the maturity of digital restaurants these days. And so being able to bring people to your own ordering platform, getting the customer data so that you can then repurpose that. So for one-to-one marketing purposes is really, really critical. And the last thing I'll say before handing that over to Meredith is video. Video is the future, and don't disregard TikTok. TikTok is really important.
Indeed. Do we have time for a few more questions, or are we at our limit?
I think we're good for now. If the audiences still have more questions, feel free to reach out offline to Meredith and Carl. All right, thank you so much, Carl and Meredith, for sharing us with the insights. Let's keep in touch, and I'm going to move to the next session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for the next one, I'm going to lead in the fireside chat with the Din Tai Fung, how to make Chinese food that masters to attract both Chinese and American mainstream customers. Before that, I would also want to have a brief introduction. I know like most of us, or every one of us, are very familiar with Din Tai Fung. So Din Tai Fung started as a storefront eatery, has now become one of the most successful privately owned restaurants, with more than 170 locations in 13 countries around the world, including the US. So we are so honored today that we have invited 2 guest speakers from Din Tai Fung, who is Daniel Alcock, the CMO of Din Tai Fung. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Jasmine. Thanks for having us.
Welcome to our session. And we do have Jason Lee, the VP of Supply Chain. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Hi, Jason. Daniel, before we start with our conversation, could you introduce a bit of yourself?
Sure, no problem. We're so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us. Just to kind of jump off of what you already said, we are a Taiwanese restaurant founded in Taiwan in 1972. We opened our first location stateside in Arcadia, California in 2000. Really just started as one small mom and pop run shop there, and then expanded up to Pacific Northwest and all throughout the rest of California. So we now have 13 locations in Oregon, Washington, California, and a location in Las Vegas. And we're excited as well that we will be opening in Portland, Oregon, New York, and Anaheim, California in 2023. So excited about a lot of growth that we'll be having over the next couple of years. And I think really one thing, just to kind of address the topic, we've been able to take our brand from a small family-run dumpling house to a 13+ location brand in the US, really by approaching everything from a marketing to supply chain through a lens of authenticity, consistency, and craftsmanship. So looking forward to kind of digging down into how we make that happen.
Thank you, Daniel. And Jason, you wanna introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us. Jason Lee, VP of Supply Chain. I've been with Din Tai Fung for about 6 months now. Prior to that, I was with Cava. It's a fast casual Mediterranean concept that's in hyper growth mode. And before that, Five Guys, burgers and fries. Five Guys is pretty established in the US, but At the time, they're looking to enter 5 to 6 new countries a year. So, oversaw international supply chain throughout Europe, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. Before food service, I just worked for different Fortune 500 companies, various roles in supply chain. Thanks again for having us.
All right, thank you, Jason. So we do have the chat box open for the audiences to leave your questions. In the meantime, I'm going to start my question to both of you. I know that Din Tai Fung has many branches in the US and of course overseas. So how do you ensure the quality of each store's product? Or could you share some experience or strategies of how you execute the good quality control?
Yeah, I can start with that one. So for us, the key is managing the product closely before it even gets to the restaurants, right? So putting tight QC measures in place with our suppliers, transport carriers, the distribution companies, then of course having clear training materials for our stores to follow. And from there, we lean on data and technology to capture any issues and make sure that information is tracked and shared back upstream to prevent issues from reoccurring.
Okay.
Just to jump in, from a marketing standpoint, really again approaching everything that we do from a viewpoint of consistency. So over the last year, especially, we've really done a deep dive into focusing a lot on consistency across all of our marketing platforms. Beginning really with updating our brand standards, including our brand colors, fonts, anything related to kind of guest-facing pieces, and then doing audits regularly of all in-store signage, guest-facing collateral, digital and social media, everything down to the language that we're using and the words that we use to describe our products, just to make sure everything guest-facing has one cohesive look and feel. Pre-printing menus that we'd been using, before the pandemic to make sure everything was updated and really kind of reflected the look and feel and level of sophistication that we have in all of our locations, especially new locations. And then once we were able to achieve consistency across the board in anything guest-facing, we moved into more of a maintenance mode where we now conduct regular store visits and spot check that all pieces are up to date, sending out quarterly checklists for managers to fill out, and really just ensuring anything that's guest facing fits under the current brand standards and is consistent across the board.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Daniel. So following up with the previous question, I heard that Daniel have mentioned some like standardization, consistency about the marketing and presence. So could you share some procedures or techniques, and is there any obstacles you have met during the innovation, or anything you would want to share with us
Sure.
in details about the procedure and techniques?
Sure. A lot of them have really been internally focused, getting all of our store managers and store leaders on board with, reading collateral guides that we sent out. That was a big one that was implemented this year, where anytime a new printed piece or marketing piece is going to be sent out to stores, we make sure there's a comprehensive guide that goes with it, with images of the pieces that are going to be used, clear instructions for where it should be placed, and when any old collateral needs to be discarded. And then a checklist at the very end, so managers can kind of go through piece by piece, make sure that everything has been updated according to marketing standards, and then that's submitted back to us. And then, like I said, the marketing team will then conduct in-person audits where we physically go to the stores, meet with the managers, help kind of troubleshoot any issues that they're having with any of the collateral, just so we really can kind of keep a close finger on the pulse of what's happening in store. We also use the platform Tattle to capture guest feedback post-visit. Every guest that is registered through our reservation system is sent a link to fill out a brief survey about their experience. Just how was the food? How was the service? And then we really closely monitor that. Managers are able to really quickly troubleshoot any issues, implement any new policies and procedures that we need, and really kind of focus in on the training with the staff. So this has helped us maintain really high guest standards, really high food quality, and it's helped us be able to pivot really quickly if there are any issues in any of those areas.
That's awesome. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing. Jason, do you have any comments at this point?
No, just echoing what Danielle said. I mean, just lots of training. I think our dumpling department requires like a minimum 6 months hands-on training, for example. It's just very, very intense, and detailed documentation every step of the way, just to make sure direction is clear. I do want to add ownership and leadership are very hands-on as well. So they make their rounds to the stores, provide guidance, leadership, just to make sure everybody is equipped to succeed.
All right, thank you, Jason. So I'm coming to my next question to both of you. So as an Asian brand, how does Din Tai Fung achieve to the localized market operations within the US?
Yeah,
go ahead, Jason.
I'll take a stab. I think my answer is going to be short, and then you can put your marketing spin on this. But for us, we try to offer the same experience and core menu everywhere. Even with our partner locations throughout the US, we control the supply chain. So corporate owns the product specifications. We have to approve any substitutions. And not just supply chain, we centralize all major functions, operations, marketing, IT, et cetera. So we act as a resource support center for our locations, which helps a lot with try to standardize operations.
And from a marketing perspective, in terms of achieving localized kind of operations, the personality and demographics of the area really come into play when looking at our marketing strategy. Really, this has been highlighted for us recently when looking at our new opening strategy. As I mentioned before, we're currently planning for our Portland and New York openings happening in early to mid 2023. And one thing we've really quickly realized is that the personalities of both neighborhoods are very different. Portland as a market is very close-knit, really loyal to local brands and a little bit wary of outside kind of big brand feeling companies. So for that strategy, we'll be looking for lots of opportunities to endear ourselves to the local market, including showing them we're going to be great neighbors and be, kind of elevate the neighborhood and be a positive addition to the neighborhood, someplace that they can come and, have familiar faces. They'll know the manager really well. Really just kind of making it feel like a local neighborhood restaurant versus, a huge international brand with a large following. Local brands that we can possibly partner with, a local nonprofit as our opening charity partner, and really just other ways we can ingrain ourselves in the community. And then on the flip side, looking at New York, which is obviously a much different market, very fast-paced, open to trying new things, interested in global brands. So for that market, we'll be looking for ways to really showcase the craftsmanship of our whole menu and really kind of lean into the fact that we are an international, world-renowned brand with a cult following, including, updating some cocktail offerings, ensuring that when we're launched, we're seen as a destination for really great food in the midst of a city with a lot of dining options. So again, looking for food publications and maybe influencers that really kind of back that sort of philosophy for us. Bigger VIP brands and just kind of leaning into the fact that we are an international brand. So again, looking at the personality and demographics and just, really look and feel and vibe of the market that we're in. And then figuring out the parts of ourselves as, a brand as a whole that we want to kind of capitalize on and really focus on in that different market.
Thank you, Daniel. Jason, want to share for this point?
Nope, I don't.
All right. So following up with Daniel's comments on the branding, the difference between the New York, maybe some other places or other states of the US, we would also want to learn from you what is the difference or what branding or marketing strategies you have been embracing or mastering into targeting the North American market. North America. Yeah.
Sure. One thing that I think we've been really lucky in that is we have not really had to use a lot of traditional advertising or offering any sort of discounts in order to attract guests. The majority of our success really has been due to word of mouth promotion from guests who have visited one of our international locations and then brought their families to visit our US restaurants. And then kind of grew from there. So we've been able to really focus instead on raising brand awareness to a wider US audience. And we've been able to do that through social media, has been kind of a big focus, specifically TikTok, which has been really kind of an interesting phenomenon for us. We don't have our own TikTok platform or a presence on the platform, but we have noticed that there's been a really viral trend of guests wanting to dine in at our restaurants, film their experience, and then post it on TikTok. And then these videos have, you know, millions of views and are republished on different platforms as well. So one thing that we thought would be interesting to try was to kind of capitalize on this movement without also having to have our own presence on TikTok. So we launched a TikTok brand ambassador program earlier this year, which has seen a lot of success. So we've reached out to some of these influencers that have been loyal fans of the brand on TikTok, and then invited them to be part of this kind of exclusive brand ambassador partnership, where every other month for a period of 6 months, we send them a gift box with souvenirs and gift cards, and just a note of thanks for all of their support. And then as a perk, we help them make reservations at the restaurant, which are traditionally really difficult to get. So it just kind of encourages them to continue posting. It shows that, you know, we are really grateful for these influencer partnerships. It's cost effective to us because traditionally an influencer campaign can be really, really expensive. But we've, again, found that leaning on this group of people that are already loyal fans and are excited and organically have tried and posted about the restaurant has been really successful. Another way that we found really some success marketing wise in North America is through some really thoughtfully selected partnerships. We say no to a lot of partnership requests, but the ones that we do say yes to really kind of go through a rigorous process of, does this feel on brand for us? Does this partnership, this brand that we're partnering with, have similar values to us? Is it an audience that maybe we've been trying to reach? And is the message, again, really on brand with what our core values are? So I think focusing on those two kind of key areas has really enabled us to not have to focus on traditional advertising and discounting. And it just kind of is a way for us to really, you know, raise brand awareness with different audiences.
All right, thank you, Daniel. I think your point is to basically, other than using the traditional ways, always explore the new principles or new targets, new platforms, for example, influencer marketing, and also being really conscious or careful picking your partners to make sure that keep the branding, the awareness is going to the right direction. And Jason, you have any comment?
I guess the only thing to add to that point is, you know, you heard Danielle talk a lot about brand awareness, how we care about our customers, their perception of us. So I feel like it is very important from an execution standpoint that all leaders and all department heads are aligned, right? And making sure we're working towards the same goal, the same messaging. So myself, for example, I oversee supply chain. So my job is to showcase our core values through sourcing and management of our food. So once we get to that section, definitely we'll be happy to spend a little bit more time going into the details. I also see there's a couple of questions in the chat regarding supply chain, sourcing challenges, stuff like that. So I'll cover that in a bit.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, sure. And for the, sorry, excuse me one second. So for the audiences, we do see your comments from the chat box, but we do have one question left for both of them, and we will have a video from Din Tai Fung to share with you. And then after that, we are going to switch to Q&A, and we will have Jason and Daniel to pick from the questions they would they are able to answer at this time from the chat box. So just feel free to leave your comments for now. And we'll jump into our last question from me for both of you. So have you developed different products to adapt different markets? For example, in the US or in the Southern or Northern America? Could you share with us?
Yes, this is a great question. We really do pay close attention to what our guests are saying about our food, any feedback and any products that they want to see. Last year, actually, we expanded our vegan menu with the addition of vegan noodles and wontons. we've been noticing a really huge uptick in requests for more vegan items on our menu, and we really took it into consideration. And then the Din Tai Fung way, we spent a really long time, almost 2 years, really perfecting the recipes until we were confident that they could stand up against our traditional long-standing favorites. And the response and feedback from our guests has been really overwhelmingly positive. It really almost doubled our vegan offerings in size, and really has kind of turned us into a destination where you really can bring anyone in your family and everyone will be well fed, and they don't just have to order something like a salad off of the menu. And that is a uniquely US offering that started in our Southern California kitchens, and the recipes were perfected and then rolled out in all 13 locations. One more example of this, in October of last year, we also launched our black pepper beef tenderloin, which had previously just been a specialty in our Las Vegas location. Obviously, Las Vegas and the Aria is home to a lot of really high-end restaurants and steakhouses. And our guests were looking for kind of a more meaty option that would really stand up against, you know, some of the other steakhouses that they had the option of dining at that location. So we rolled that out in that location only, thinking it would just be a local kind of specialty dish. And the response, again, was overwhelming to expand it to all locations. It became quickly a guest favorite. And there was a desire to kind of launch it everywhere. So in October, we rolled it out to all of our locations, and now this dish is offered all across the US. So, you know, again, listening to what our guests have to say, adapting to the local markets, and then just kind of keeping an eye on how it goes, seeing if this is something that maybe would be beneficial in all of the locations, or if this really is truly a local specialty. Some of our Pacific Northwest locations as well offer local beers. You know, again, the culture of Portland is really close-knit, local run, family, mom and pop, and there are a few breweries there that just the whole community really rallies behind. So it was important to us to be able to offer those on the menus at our Seattle and Portland locations as well. So tried to kind of find the balance between consistency across all locations and then servicing whatever the local needs are.
That's awesome. Thank you, Daniel. And Jason, anything to share?
Yeah, just we try not to move off from our core offering too much, but also recognize that being flexible, making certain adjustments could serve great benefit for local markets through research, of course. On the sourcing front, the most challenging part of servicing different markets, I have to say, is finding suppliers that can match the same specifications, especially for perishable items like produce, proteins. So therefore, we put in a very strict vetting process to ensure the experience for the same menu items is the same across the country.
All right, thank you, Jason. So for the next, we would want to share one video of Din Tai Fung. Let's give us a few seconds. All right, that's awesome. Even it's just 11:38 here, I'm getting hungry already. See the videos. Thank you, Jason and Daniel. So we do have around 15 minutes for the rest of the session, and right now we are open to Q&A. If both of you or either of you want to pick some of the questions from the chat box, feel free to pick and to answer live.
Sure. I see one here asking how Din Tai Fung uses influencer marketing is really inspiring. Can you elaborate more on how you find organic influencers that are on brand? This is something that we really are trying to kind of evolve over the next year, especially as we expand across into the New York market versus just the West Coast. But up to this point, we do have a dedicated social media coordinator who handles our Facebook, Google Business, and Instagram accounts. And so really, you know, kind of taking a look at who is tagging us, and then also spending some time doing some research and due diligence on who might be good influencer partners for us on both of those platforms. So really, we kind of look at what their other content is. Does it, you know, obviously nothing that's really risque. We do quite a few sort of family bloggers because they seem to be a little bit more sophisticated and high end. We do a handful of beauty and fashion influencers as well. Again, kind of looking at past videos that they've posted and making sure their aesthetic matches ours. And then in terms of TikTok, what's been really kind of interesting about that is that without having our own actual presence on TikTok in the form of an account, it really sort of takes the pressure off of us to have to constantly be posting. So we're able to really look at who's using our tags, who's, you know, kind of tagging us in locations, and then looking at those specific videos. And then part of the process before we'll bring them on board as a brand ambassador is looking at how many views their video has and did it kind of go viral. But really an important part of it too is looking at the comments. Are they, you know, responding to people in a positive way about our brand? Do they seem to be pretty knowledgeable about our menu items? Are the people that they're speaking to interested in this content? So if we get one that has, you know, maybe 1 million views and a lot of the contents underneath it are, you know, I love Din Tai Fung, this is a great brand, did you try the chocolate buns? Then we know that their audience are also interested in more Din Tai Fung content. Their audience is also potentially our audience. So we'll kind of hone in on them to, you know, either for a paid influencer partnership or as a TikTok ambassador.
Yeah, I prepared a small talk highlighting our supply chain program, which I believe will cover most of the supply chain questions here in the chat. So okay if I spend a few minutes just going over my supply chain spiel? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
Sure, okay, thank you. So there's so 4 main topics I want to cover. Basically, I feel these are priorities for us at the moment and keys to our future success. One is investing in our supply chain program to help us scale the business. 2 is the emphasis on exceptional quality and brand standards. 3 is the tools and strategies for achieving high service levels, especially in this current environment of so many unknowns. And 4th is risk mitigation planning. So the investment in our supply chain program, again, like supply chain is at the forefront of many companies across all different industries, thanks to COVID. My position was created 6 months ago. I added a new distribution role about 2 months ago. So we recognize to continue to be competitive in the marketplace from both a service and quality standpoint and protect revenues, we need people, good people, of course. What we also need is data and analytics to drive decisions. And you know, for us and our team, it's so important to have visibility throughout the supply chain. So we've onboarded a couple platforms to allow us to be more efficient. I feel food service as a whole is behind the 8 ball when it comes to technology. Not exactly sure why, but it does look like things are slowly changing. Invest in your supplier base. Transactional relationships won't get you very far anymore. So share information with them, forecasts, upcoming promotions, company goals. Don't always reach out when there's a problem. Pay fair prices. Not saying overpay, but don't try to always find the lowest cost provider anymore. Number 2, emphasis on exceptional quality and brand standards. This is an area that we always strive to excel in. For supply chain, it begins with having strong SOPs and detailed spec sheets for all of our items. So everybody is crystal clear in terms of what is our standards, what is acceptable, and then making ourselves accountable versus assuming our supplier partners will always have it right. So for example, we have boots on the ground at our production facilities. We conduct random sampling Our stores have very strong QC processes in place. We lean on third-party services to check our quality. So it's very, very important to us. Number 3, tools and strategies to achieve high service levels. So again, the key is having data and reporting. For us, we rely on this to measure performance, the performance of our suppliers and distributors, and it helps us identify where the major gaps are. Prioritization is one of the most important and challenging things in managing your day-to-day supply chain now. It's even harder without being able to quantify performance. And share this information with your suppliers, whether it's good or bad performance. That type of information share and transparency is so important in forming a true partnership. And trust me, your supplier base will appreciate the information too. Last, risk mitigation planning. COVID exposed most supply chains. You truly always need to plan for the worst. There are many things you can do here. I'll highlight a couple. Having a risk assessment, so understanding which items or suppliers are at the highest risk, which again could be difficult to assess without data and KPIs. Designing a playbook for if and when an item is ever out of stock. So have an approved substitution list readily available. You might want to look at tweaking the recipe without jeopardizing quality, of course. If you do have to 86 an item off the menu, so remove an item off the menu, you already want to have a process in place and align activities with all the key stakeholders, digital, menu, marketing, ops, etc. So transitions can happen smoothly. And lastly, diversify your supplier base. So that doesn't mean just having a secondary supplier in place, but bringing on a secondary source that truly spreads out your risk. So that could be a supplier from a different origin, different capabilities, shorter lead times, someone willing to bring in extra inventory and hold it as safety stock. So start viewing these supplier options as an insurance policy almost, right? The investment is worth it to us by being able to keep a full menu and offer our customers the full experience every single time. So that's all I had, but I do want to say, kudos to the team here for recognizing and implementing a lot of these practices even before I joined. But like any other supply chain, it's a battle. We can always do better, and we always strive to do better.
Thank you, Jason. And we do have 7 minutes left. Any questions that in the chat box you guys would want to answer?
I see a question about what advice would you give a smaller restaurant for starting out if they want to focus on long-term success? And I think that's a great question that I can definitely answer from a marketing perspective. One thing that's really worked for us is focusing on, again, the 3 words that you see on our slide: authenticity, quality, consistency, and craftsmanship. So, again, thinking about what ingredients that you can use that are of the highest quality, training your staff to be the best quality servers that they can be, staying authentic to your brand. The backbone of our branding strategy really has been to see everything through a lens of authenticity and asking, does this connect us to our roots in Taiwan? Does this connect us to, our original fans that fell in love with the brand very first? And then thinking how we can apply that to, a US marketing kind of strategy. Consistency, again, Jason touched on consistency from a supply chain angle, but from a marketing perspective, again, making sure everything, our messaging across all different platforms is the same voice. One thing that I like to tell my team is that the tone might be slightly different, just, the same way you're talking to anybody. It's your voice, but your tone might be different if you're speaking to a grandparent versus a friend. So making sure that, our social media is a tone that still is our voice, and anything, media wise or guest facing is our voice, but a different tone. Consistency also, across the board with training, making sure that our guests know that they'll come into Din Tai Fung and have one experience at Valley Fair. That's a great, amazing, quality food, consistent service. And they can go to our San Diego location and they know that they'll get the same kind of treatment and food quality there. it just helps kind of build trust in your brand. So focusing on making sure those things are excellent and really kind of in place from the jump is going to make it easier once you do start to expand and scale. Another thing that we focus on that we've mentioned previously is craftsmanship. So, you know, again, at the heart and soul of Din Tai Fung is the craftsmanship of each menu item. Jason mentioned before, it takes our dumpling chefs about 6 months to really learn the basics of making a soup dumpling, and then years before we consider them a master in the craft. Everything is weighed to exactly 21 grams, and the xiaolong bao is folded exactly 18 times. So making sure that, you know, that is kind of the forefront of you know, someone's restaurant experience. There's a reason that when you walk into a Din Tai Fung, the first thing you see is our big dumpling showcase kitchen. And that's because we really want to showcase the love and care and craftsmanship that's put into each item. So again, kind of picking your maybe 3 key things that are important to you as a brand, and then focusing on those from the beginning and making sure that you just keep those in mind and look at all of your sort of tactics from a supply chain perspective to a marketing perspective through those lens will just make it much easier when you open more and more locations.
Thank you, Daniel. We do have one audience who would love to, I mean, this is curiosity. I think it's probably also majority of us would want to know. Could you share with us what are the most chosen dishes and what the least chosen dishes?
The xiaolong bao, the Kurobuta pork xiaolong bao is obviously the most popular. It's what we're the most known for. I think across every single location, that one's definitely the #1. It's funny, I was just looking at some results from some of our delivery platforms as well, and it's the same thing across all platforms that we use, takeout, dine-in, delivery. It's the pork xiaolong bao, and then the sauteed string beans are right up there as well. In terms of least popular, you know, looking at our PMix, it's really tough to kind of pick out at the very bottom something that's not popular. It just kind of varies by region. You know, again, in the Pacific Northwest, our soups are all really popular, and down in our California locations, obviously the greens are. So it really just kind of varies by location. But one thing that we do try to do is regularly take a look at our menu, and anything that maybe isn't performing well, do a deep dive into why. If there's a recipe tweak that we can make, we make it. If it's something that just, you know, maybe is no longer very popular, we'll replace it with something else. So again, that was kind of the thought process behind adding the vegan items is, you know, we saw a need for that and added that to the menu. And, you know, there's a natural kind of pushback on some of the other items then when you add new things. But I think the team has been really great at kind of keeping a look at what is selling well and what is not selling well. And making adjustments if possible.
Thank you, Daniel. Xiaolong bao is also my favorite.
Yeah, I see a question here in terms of the type of platforms we use for supply chain, and reach out to me offline. I'm happy to share the company names. But we do have platforms that give us visibility to our third-party warehouses, live visibility. We have temp-tails and GPS trackers on some of our trucks at the store level, of course, a POS system, but we also have tools that help control and log quality issues that also have connectivity with our distributors, with our suppliers. So, you know, there's this visibility up and down the supply chain.
Thank you, Jason. So you guys ever consider Vancouver market?
I have heard Vancouver pop up a couple times in some internal discussions. I know that we definitely have our eye on that market. I think it would be a great fit for our brand. So keep an eye on in the next couple of years. I'm hoping we get there. I love Vancouver. I think that'd be a great fit for us.
All right, thank you. We have 2 more minutes.
I did see a question earlier asking about frozen dumplings, and I thought that would be a good time to point out we did recently start selling our frozen buns on Goldbelly's platform. So, you know, again, thinking back to the theme of choosing partners that really kind of align with your values as a brand. Goldbelly is one that we really felt was a good partner kind of branching out into this totally new market for us. We do have frozen buns available for sale in our restaurants, and this is the first time that we've ever actually sold them via a third party. And they've been a great partner for us to be able to kind of ship our dumplings nationwide, which again, you know, with our New York opening coming up later in the year has been a great sort of test for us to be able to see what the demand for our products is across the US and instead of just from the West Coast.
Thank you, Daniel. All right. So how do you choose local partners for our last question?
From a marketing standpoint, you know, again, really kind of looking at what their values are. We're obviously a pretty traditional brand, so we look at everything through more of a conservative scope. So thinking again about who the audience is for that local partner, do they have a similar brand aesthetic as we do? Would they fit in well, you know, bringing them into the restaurant? So our partners in the past have included, we partnered with Netflix in 2000 to launch their movie Over the Moon. I think it was in March of 2020. So, you know, Netflix obviously has a huge, you know, notoriety, especially in North America. And this particular film that they were promoting was completely on brand for us. It was talking about, it's called Over the Moon, and it's a family movie talking about the story of the Moon Festival. So we were able to create a takeout package, which just really was perfect given, you know, that time in our history, everyone was ordering a lot of takeout and staying home with their families. That was centered around the movie. So the theme behind it was you can order the special takeout family package. It had pieces in it, like little souvenirs and gift bags from the movie, and then go home and download the movie and watch it with your family. So we really felt like that, that helped us kind of stay in line with a lot of our brand values, but also reach, you know, a wider national audience. So, you know, locally, again, thinking about what is important to the people that service your community. Is there a nonprofit that really speaks to the community? Maybe it's a local university with, you know, a hospital attached to it. Maybe it's a local food bank that everyone really kind of rallies behind. But it also has to kind of be organic too. Is it a message that really your brand can stand behind? And then choosing it based on that.
Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate Jason, and I see you unmuted. Anything you want to add?
No, I was going to say actually I have a hard stop, need to catch a flight, but thank you so much for having us and allowing us to spend time talking about our brand, and looking forward to connecting with some of the audience offline. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot for both of you. Really appreciate your insights. I will see you around, and we are moving to our next session. For our next guest speaker, we have Hattie Chu here. She's a senior commercial real estate consultant of the Elevate Retail Group. She works as the ex-senior manager of leasing development of the West Valley Fair, collaborated with a team of real estate professionals to oversee a $102 billion redevelopment assets by developing, implementing, and executing leasing strategies, including new business prospecting or leading competitive analysis and creating budgets and pro formas. So recommending, also she was recommending the infrastructure and the space improvements, etc. So today, Hattie will share with a keynote speech on the topic of post-pandemic interpretation, the local trending of the catering and the retail entities. Welcome, Hattie. Hattie, could you unmute yourself first?
Sorry about that.
All right, I can hear you. Hi, Patty.
Great, thank you so much for having me here today. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I am a retail real estate broker with Elevate Retail Group. My previous experience includes working for shopping mall companies like Westfield, Macerich, and Vornado. Today, I'm going to discuss the effects that COVID-19 pandemic had on retail real estate. The most recognizable trend is that people moved from urban areas to suburban markets. For instance, in the first year of the pandemic, 17% of people moved out of the densest parts of big cities into surrounding suburbs, which has created new opportunities and markets in areas that were considered perhaps less desirable for real estate developers in the past, but now have really high demand. Another trend that we recognize is the strength of having a grocer anchored use in the shopping centers. I think we could all see how people really gravitated towards supermarkets, fighting over toilet paper during the pandemic. So with the right anchor, a developer is able to bring strong synergy where retailers can increase sales volumes. And then for those who did stay in big cities, people tended to move to newer residential towers where there are retail services on the ground level. Let's take a quick look at the shift of office workers and how it's impacted food locations. Whereas in the past, people had to really think about, commute time, transportation, remote work has really changed all of that. So, there is strong retail and restaurant demand in suburban markets. People can work from home. Suburbs are diversifying and demand for Asian food is growing in those areas. Actually, in fact, Asian food is seen as mainstream now because it appeals not just to Asians, but to demographics all across the board. So one of the examples that I want to take a look at today is a suburban market in the Chicago area. It is Algonquin, Illinois. It's just about 40 to 45 minutes outside of O'Hare Airport. There is a migration of people moving into that area because people get bigger homes for their money. They don't have to worry about driving into the office. So high average household income in the suburban markets, about $126,000. As I said, it's a fast growing population. It is a center anchored by Nordstrom Rack. There's a Dick's Sporting Goods there, Ulta, Pottery Barn, Trader Joe's, and coming in 2023 is a Fresh Market. But there are very few good options actually in the suburban market. The retail has not caught up yet. And so the developer recognizes that. Red Mountain Group actually just acquired this center recently, and they are investing $30 million into revitalizing this shopping mall. And what they will be bringing here, if we can take a look at the deck. Yes, so we are bringing in the street, which basically is a food-driven destination here. So as you can see in these renderings, there will be an outdoor patio dining, indoor with really great signage to really just bring the people here, have a place where people can gather, hang out, get really good food. As we scroll through the deck, we can see that we will be bringing in something called the link. It's on the right side of this rendering. It will include entertainment. So, consumers can come, they can hang out here. It's kind of like a food hall, like a smaller version of one. They can go watch a game, dine, bring their families here. There will be very family-friendly entertainment. So as you go through the deck, you can see that there is something called the field. And here there'll be entertainment, for example, ice skating rinks for families to come to in the wintertime, movie nights. So yeah, essentially you come here to dine, you come here to shop, you come here to play. And research has shown that people as far as 50 miles away would drive here because they really need a place to gather that's safe, that meets the demands of the population that's moving out to the suburbs. And so for opportunities in this area, definitely reach out. I am happy to discuss with anybody who's interested. The next thing that I'd like to talk about is Asian grocer anchored shopping centers. So the need for supermarkets will always be there. Developers are being really thoughtful about bringing all kinds of retailers to benefit from the strong traffic that grocery stores bring to their properties. One of the examples that we are going to use today is Plaza 205, which is located in a suburb of Portland, Oregon. It will be anchored by a 99 Ranch supermarket. What we are seeing is that Asian retailers who may not have been very familiar with this market is really attracted to the fact that 99 will be there. And they feel very confident coming here because they know that this grocer anchored tenant will be bringing a lot of strong foot traffic. Retail developers are really looking at it as a destination for people to come and shop, eat, gather. Our group does have an exclusive relationship with a developer based out of Southern California who is redeveloping shopping centers all across the country to bring in Asian grocer anchored stores. And part of the goal is to really curate good Asian restaurant uses all across the country. So cities, even like Atlanta, Georgia, for example, those are markets that we're looking at. And then for people who did stay in the city, they have been moving to newer mixed use residential towers with retail spaces on the ground floor, which is seen as amenities now. Again, the same kind of concept as live, dine, shop, and play is really important here. Landlords are being really thoughtful about curating their retail offerings. So they're preferring culinary driven, locally sourced concept over national chains. They do want to distinguish themselves from competitors, and they want to avoid turning their buildings into run-of-the-mill sort of mall food court. So let's take a look at Blossom Plaza as an example of a mixed-use residential tower in a dense urban market. Blossom Plaza is located in the heart of Los Angeles, Chinatown. It is a residential mixed-use project with 237 resi units above, and at the base are restaurant and retail spaces. It's got a Type 47 liquor license already in place. So for restaurant tenants who are interested, it's very easy to go and apply for the license. Just a little bit about the area. There were over 4,000 residential units that were built within the last 5 years in the neighboring market. There is definitely strong demand for more relevant Asian food concepts here. The demographic has really evolved actually in this area. Demographics show that there is a 40% millennial, have very high disposable income. There is parking actually right underneath the building, which is rare for this area of town. And, if you can take a look at the renderings, you can see, again, developers who are being mindful about these outdoor spaces where they can bring in events, entertainment, restaurateurs can really use a patio, activate the spaces. And actually right on this project is the Metro Gold Line. So there's a stop right there that brings 167,000 ridership per week. And then to add to that, there is actually an office building that is being constructed just across the street. It's 150,000 square feet, and it is projected to open in 2023. Another project, let's take a look at, which is both an Asian anchored center, property rather, and it's also in the city with residential above. This is Rise Koreatown. This is anchored by Zion Supermarket. It is currently under development. And what makes this really special is that the retail spaces here are available for sale. So anyone who is interested can purchase all the retail spaces, or if you just want to purchase 1 or 2 units as a condo, that is available as well. The building offers 374 residential units above. So again, there is that built-in daytime, built-in nighttime crowd. And in the surrounding developments, literally just across the street, there are 500 other residential units that are coming up under development. It is in Koreatown, so extremely dense population, and very rare that there are over 200 parking spots in the building. So the major takeaways of today's segment is that the pandemic has changed the way people consume, where people are living, where they're working. And so real estate developers have taken that into consideration, and they do see a lot of value in going into the suburbs, ex-urban counties where urbanites have migrated and now have a strong demand for diverse food options. There is a lot of value in Asian grocery anchored centers where the project really becomes a destination for Asian shoppers, and restaurateurs can take advantage of the strong foot traffic that brings. And then the third thing is, of course, we had just gone over the mixed use buildings where people live, they work remotely, there is a built-in daytime and evening traffic. Great opportunities for restaurants to really basically bring the dining, bring the experience to the consumers. And especially with, the recognition that delivery services is really important to both, eateries as well as grocers. There is a lot of parking now in these newer buildings for, delivery services like Uber Eats, Grubhub or Postmates to stop, really go pick up and then deliver to customers. So yeah, if there is any interest, definitely reach out to Elevate Retail Group. We have a lot of other projects, like I said, nationwide that will be under development. And we would love to just hear from you, see what your thoughts are, or even just for site selections, if you want an opinion, we are happy to share our knowledge.
Thank you, Hattie. Are you okay to share share your contact info to the chat box?
Oh yes, please do.
If you could just type your email or your contact info to the chat box to the audiences.
All right. Okay, so let me figure out how to do this. Sorry,
No,
I'm feeling like my mom right now.
We have plenty of time, and if not, I think our we will help with that part. We will help with that part. And there are some questions in the chat box. Do you want to answer it? If there are any questions you could answer.
So I am sharing both my cell phone contact as well as my email. And
actually, we already have your contact in the chat box. Yes, gotcha.
Oh.
All right, that's great.
Great. So I was just so focused on typing my contact information. I'm sorry, can you come again?
Oh yes, from the questions, I see what commercial properties managers view on the tasteful pop-up market.
Mm-hmm. So there's a question about pop-up markets?
Yes, pop-up market, yes.
Okay, so for food pop-up markets, some really good areas to look at, I would say, is, landlords who, first of all, pop-up, you're going to have to think about permitting, licensing. So locations where there's already infrastructure in place is really important. Second generation spaces, that's what we find is in high demand. Obviously, a lot of restaurant eateries come to us and they always say, we want second generation. The reality is that, yes, there are some coming online. They do go really quickly. So if there is interest in a pop-up, if there is interest in a second generation restaurant, my advice is do not sit on it. We see tenants who come, they look at a space and, oh, I don't know, I'm gonna think on it. And then a week later, it's gone. Another thing to really consider is that, liquor, if that's something that your establishment serves and it's important to you, having a liquor license already in place is gold. That will literally save you probably a year in trying to get the license. As many of you know, sometimes applying for it doesn't mean that you'll even get it. So again, I'm going to push our project, Blossom Plaza. It already has Type 47 available, so keep that in mind. And also just looking for landlords who are willing to be a good partner. There are some landlords who are, really sticking to their guns. There are other ones who recognize the importance of bringing in quality tenants and not just national chains anymore. There is value in, more curated, chef-driven, culinary-driven. A lot of these millennials who are, growing older now, they have that spend power and growing families, really appealing to this educated, very, well-traveled kind of consumer. So I kind of probably went off on a tangent, but like I said, pop-ups, looking for second-gen spaces, do not sit on the opportunities, move quickly.
All right, thank you, Hattie. Thank you so much for staying with us and giving us such a wonderful session. We will stay connected.
Great, thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Hattie. All right, everyone, thank you for staying with us. We are moving to the next session. I'm going to lead the fireside chat. We are going to share, we have invited 3 guest speakers to share with us their insights on how to make the Asian flavors prevalent in the American consumer market. Same old, please allow me to introduce them before we start. Our first speaker is Jiang Lin. She's the founder and the CEO of Yishi Food, first of its kind of breakfast brand, celebrating traditional and modern Asian ingredients. She started Yishi in 2019 in Chicago, where she has craving a healthier breakfast that was also convenient and functional. So prior to Yishi, she worked at BCG and helped Fortune 500 companies develop strategic initiatives in organization design and M&A. So let's welcome Lin. Hi, Lin.
Good, Jasmine. Hi, I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction. Excited for the discussion.
All right, good. Thank you, Lin. Our next speaker is Douglas Yu. He's a U.S. entrepreneur and an investor with unique insights on consumer packaged goods gained from his years of experience, reporting on the industry as a business and a financial journalist at Forbes. So where he leads coverage of the exclusive fundraising, M&A, and IPO news, and working in the virtual capital sector. Welcome, Douglas.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, our next speaker is Sandro Rocco. He is the founder and the chief executive officer of the Senzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water brand. He previously worked on the credit derivatives trading floor at JP Morgan, and most recently served as head of the growth and then chief of staff of the Bombfell and online personal styling service. He launched Senzo in 2019 with a mission of bridging cultures by connecting people to authentic flavors. Welcome, Sandro.
Thank you. Excited to be here. And good to see you, Lynn and Douglas. It's fun to be doing this.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. So my first few questions are for Yishi and Senzo. So how did Yishi and Senzo be able to have the good flavor and the Asian inspired in the meantime? So how does such a fusion help your brand to draw a difference with the other competitors?
I can start.
Yeah, yeah.
Sandra, yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah, honored to be here with Sandra and Douglas, our really good friend, and they're both doing really inspiring and awesome things. So I personally think Asian-inspired flavors are delicious, and what we're doing is to bring more breakfast and dessert flavors to mainstream market to share with more people in the States. So the flavors that we are doing, so we have, they're really trendy in either boba tea shops or the desserts in Asian fusion restaurants. So we sell Asian-inspired oatmeal with taro bubble tea flavor, with matcha latte flavor that are common in not only just Asian restaurants, Asian stores these days, but also really, all over the place. So now we're making this into a really convenient cup of oatmeal or a pouch of oatmeal that people can purchase in a grocery store and bring it home to eat every day and make it into a daily ritual. Yishi means ritual in Chinese. So we're hoping by bringing a product on the market in a more convenient format, we're helping the market to really learn more about Asian-inspired flavors and enjoy them.
Super cool. Yeah, also good. Thank you so much for having us, and so excited to be here. For Sanzo, I'd say the two big I guess like founding pillars from a product perspective were one that Asian flavors, kind of to Lynn's point, like hadn't yet really been we think properly celebrated or highlighted in American grocery stores. And I think specific, and we would say specifically in the beverage category, which for us is what we've seen is just been pretty explosive over the last specifically 2 decades, and then specifically in the world of like sparkling water. There's just been such an explosion of interest in the States. I think the leading brands we would kind of call out there are LaCroix, which is independently owned, Bubbly, which was incubated and launched from PepsiCo and has since become pretty large in and of itself. And I think the biggest thing that we identified was all of the sparkling water flavors or brands that were really out there were kind of using the same exact fruits or fruit flavorings, essentially like a lime, a lemon, a grapefruit. And we just felt like, hey, there's an opportunity here to actually highlight these amazing flavors from Asia, and through a medium like sparkling water that's actually like super accessible. Like I loved particularly that you didn't really need to explain that much of what the product is. It's just sparkling water infused with real fruit. And so it was just a great, we think like platform to start building a brand on top of. And the second part was, we kind of mentioned how, I felt like in the United States, a lot of Asian inspired products, weren't really seeing placement on, I guess, a quote unquote mainstream American grocery shelves. And a lot of that was because we felt like, a lot of the products that I had grown up with, while I still love and enjoy, weren't really meeting the needs and demands from a consumer standpoint with respect to the packaging, the labels, the actual ingredients inside of it. And so we really sought to create something that could actually meet a modern day consumer where they are. So those two kind of core things were the fundamentals for Sanzo. And then up on the screen right now is our 4 main flavors. We have a yuzu with ginger, a lychee, which is our number one. It's our most popular flavor, an Alfonso mango from India, and then calamansi, which is a Filipino lime tangerine hybrid, if no one's ever had it before. And it was actually the first flavor I formulated. I'm Filipino American, and so that one's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Love that. I have to add a comment. My whole office, including me, are huge fans of Sanzo. We're on a subscription plan.
Thank you.
Lychee is my personal favorite.
Appreciate that.
Nice. And also the name is taking from your first name, right? Sanzo and Sandro.
Yeah, so my first and middle name. So my name is Alessandro Lorenzo. So unfortunately, we get the question a lot, does Sanzo mean anything in, a lot of people think Japanese, and nope, it's just something I came up with.
It's a nice name.
Thank you.
All right, next question for both of you. So what are the target customers of Asian-inspired packaged food and beverage, especially in the American mainstream market? Other than Asians, so people with what kind of eating habits? I actually heard from the chat box, the kiddos, of course. So what are other more audiences or who has the particular eating habits would likely to be attracted by your brand?
I can step in here for a bit here. It's funny because we actually just did a big customer survey. So I think we had almost like well over 1,000 respondents. So we felt really good about like how we segmented our customer base. And at least self-reportedly, about 40% of our customers right now identify as Asian or Asian American, which is exciting for us in that obviously, as we expected, a high level of representation. Asian Americans currently comprise anywhere between 7 and 10% of the U.S. population, so that's like super cool to see. But I think we're also excited by the fact that more than half, close to 60% of our consumer base is actually not Asian American, and that kind of dovetails with our distribution. And so, actually, obviously an easy way folks can shop for us is either through our website or on Amazon or any other, or there's a slew of other e-commerce marketplaces. But most often, customers are finding us in grocery stores. And right now, our biggest grocery partners are Whole Foods, Sprouts, and Target, which, I think just we see more closely aligned with just like a general U.S. consumer in terms of a demographic breakdown. And so we would say it's definitely the Asian American, which we've talked about, consumer who for whom these flavors are like a taste of home, or if they're first generation, it's flavors of their parents' home. But what we're also seeing, to Lynn's point, I think we've heard this from other panelists before, that Asian flavors have really crossed over and are being celebrated and desired by not just Asian Americans, and we're actually starting to see that in our data. So I think overall for us, it's folks who either are kind of getting on the sparkling water wagon or are trying to trade off from full calorie sodas, but still want something with flavor that's not just water.
Thank you, Sandra. And Lynn, do you want to add any comments for this question?
Sure, I agree with a lot of points Sandra mentioned. So the Asian American market is very excited to see the flavors Sanzo and Ishi are bringing to mainstream. For us, we are in hot cereal or oatmeal aisle. So in the oatmeal market, we see usually only a few flavors: apple cinnamon, maple brown sugar, maybe a blueberry flavor. So, and they're loaded with sugar. For a serving of oatmeal, that's sometimes 40, 50 grams of oatmeal. There can be 10 grams of sugar. So 20% if you're a quarter of your oatmeal, very small bowl of oatmeal is sugar, and the flavor is so boring. So oatmeal usually in the mainstream market is associated with, boring breakfast. So we're trying to change that as well for the mainstream consumer to make breakfast fun, interesting, exciting, delicious again, while also being healthy. So our products are organic, there's no added sugar, and there's good protein fiber. There's really rich dessert-like flavors like cherry bubble tea, black sesame, matcha. So we're trying to fill the white space in the oatmeal category, and also bring new customers to the aisle. So from some stores that we're in, they noticed the growth of their category because more people are now eating oatmeal because of our flavor, because of us bringing innovation into the category.
Very nice.
So I would say, the second point I want to add is just about the market. We're trying to fill the white space. with Asian inspiring innovation.
Thank you, Lin. So I know that this market is, of course, you can see the trends of people are more awareness of their personal health, and they're also very conscious on what their consumption from the supermarket, what products they are buying. So I think the market is growing for sure. In the meantime, do you see any, could you share more about what is your strength of your brand? And what are the challenges or limitations you are facing at this point? So strength and the challenge, limitations.
You want to go, Lynn, or me?
I can go ahead. Yeah, I can go first. So for us, I think one of our strengths, and this is shared across many Asian-inspired brands, including Sandro and some others in this conference, which is just the authenticity and the cultural heritage, the rich cultural background of the flavors, of the stories that we're trying to tell and celebrate. So we are the first Asian-inspired oatmeal on the market, and Sanzo is the first Asian-inspired seltzer water in the sparkling water on the market. So we are pretty unique for the flavors that we're trying to introduce. And I would say the second strength for Ishi is that we are, besides bringing innovation to the market, we also eliminated a lot of reasons that a health conscious or modern consumer would say no to a product for. For example, we're gluten-free, we are organic, we're plant-based, we're also, there's no added sugar. So these healthy attributes, product attributes, are becoming almost table stakes for better for you foods. And I think, for brands that can build these product attributes, build these qualities into a product without hurting the taste as a key advantage to the product. So the bottom line is product has to taste good. So limitations, I would say there are many challenges, small and emerging brands are faced with. For example, scaling up supply chain takes time. Sometimes the traction we're getting in retail and online can exceed the pace of scaling up our production. So in the meantime, we have limited manpower, we have limited resources. So we always try to prioritize the channels that's core to our strategy and grow really mindfully.
Cool. So I guess the strength and a challenge. For Sanzo, a big one for us early on. I mean, we talk a lot about the development of our community, and over the last 3 years, especially, when I think as the pandemic, was kind of doing what it was doing, and then now with all the challenges that Lynn has talked about, we're experiencing as well, and I'm happy to dive further in. The strength of the community and the brand has just been kind of like kind of saved us in many ways, like propelled us to I think where we are and where we think we're heading. Within that realm, and I think I have a slide here too, we've been able to strike some pretty cool partnerships that for us has been pretty helpful in trying to place Sanzo outside of just the world of food and beverage. So I think a lot of times in the world of food and bev, whether you're in consumer goods or restaurants or what have you, like there can I think sometimes be a tendency to just kind of like stay in our own world, which is awesome. And hey, I'm a foodie. I love everything. But the fact is, like, most people, even for as much as they enjoy eating and drinking, only eat and drink a certain amount of minutes or hours in a day. And frankly, the rest of it is spent on TikTok or Instagram or consuming other forms of content and media. And so over the last 12 months, we've been able to strike two pretty cool partnerships. One was with with Marvel Studios for Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which came out crazily enough like a year ago at this point. We were able to design custom cans featuring each of the four main characters. And the lead actor, Simu Liu, who played Shang-Chi, actually invested in the brand as kind of part of all that. And then most recently, we did a partnership with Pixar, which was not shown here, but for the most recent film, Turning Red. And so did a similar thing that you can see on the screen here, where we did like a custom can design. We were on the red carpet and kind of got to activate the brand in an arena that's not just in grocery stores, which we've found. Like Lynn was saying, there's a lot of brands out there, a lot of people launching new products. And so, how can you as a brand owner kind of like stand out like amidst all that? We've found some initial success in trying to play in different arenas that aren't just in food and beverage. And then I'll just echo Lynn's response on the challenges. It is actually quite difficult to scale subscale food and beverage companies. A lot of times, I think in a world where we're kind of used to a bit more instant gratification and kind of seeing an origin story of a brand being told over the course of a 6-second or 15-second long TikTok that has like sharp cuts and hard cuts and all that stuff. Most often, if you actually peel the onion back, that like 15-second clip is actually like 3 to 5 years like of building up supply chain, manufacturing, sales teams, marketing plans, things like that. And so, I think if anything, we're just on that journey, and so it just takes a while. But we've been kind of talking about the journey has been pretty awesome to see how much both Asian and Asian Americans and also non-Asian and Asian Americans like resonate with our brands, with our flavors, with our products. And so it eases the pain a little bit.
Thank you, Sandro. I think from my point of view, when I see those bottles and also when I see those Asian packaged healthy organic juices, for me, as a first generation of immigrants, so I would really be excited to see those flavors in the market, and I do have more choices when I was struggling with the other foods I do not want to go with. And also I think for those messages you guys trying to deliver is to show that people that we do care about ourselves and what we eat. We are what we eat. We are what we drink. So it's try really to deliver the message that we deserve the self-love, we deserve the compassion, and we are staying with brand because they are providing us more healthier, sustainable future. As a community, we raise as a community. Yeah, really, that's really good point. Thank you for pointing out that. And following up with the questions for both of you, what future, I think Sandro already mentioned some. So in the next few years, how did you see your brand in this industry in the next few years?
You or me? I go. I don't know.
It's your turn. It's your turn for this question.
Okay, sounds good. For us, I talked a little bit about it, but the big game for Sanzo and most beverages is enabling the right distribution. I think there's a lot of talk over the last 2-3 years, both with the pandemic and then now as things are starting to almost like renormalize, but also kind of but also looking into a potential recession. There's a lot of analysis being done right now on where consumers are purchasing food and beverage products. And during the pandemic, for 2020 and 2021, there was a big shift into direct to consumer. But increasingly, whether it's the new changes that have been made through various Apple, first it was 14, now it's 15, and then just in general, like the increased costs to acquire new customers have really made food and beverage brands and we would obviously put ourselves in that category into like reevaluating like, hey, where are the best ways to grow the business? Fortunately for us, we've had about a year head start in that. And so, we are currently distributed nationally at every Whole Foods, every Sprouts, several hundred Targets. And then on the screen too, I forgot to mention, we are also in a little over 1,000 of the 2,000 Panda Expresses across the country. And so for us, a lot of it is just making sure that we are meeting customers where they are. This week, for example, we're for anyone who here is in the Bay Area or Hawaii, we're launching in 200 Safeways in the Bay Area and in Hawaii. And then next year, can't share anything yet, but like basically we know we're going to be increasing distribution. And so for us, it's pretty simply additional distribution, new flavors, which we're very excited about. And additional brand building activities like part of these collaborations with Marvel and trying to find other other great partners to team up with.
So I echo a lot of things Sandra already mentioned. So we're a retail focused business, and in the next few years, we'll definitely focus on further expanding our distribution. 3 days ago, we just went live in nationwide Whole Foods stores. So now we're available in every single Whole Foods stores in the country. So this is the biggest, the first biggest banner for us. It's a really important milestone, and we want to leverage this, the Whole Foods relationship, to further build brand awareness and build our velocity so we can continue to grow our distribution in the natural channel, premium, conventional, and hopefully further expanding to other channels. And then I guess marketing wise, similar to a lot of things Angela mentioned as well, further building that brand awareness and brand following. I would love to partner with a movie like Shang-Chi as well in 5 years, if we're just talking about our dreams. But overall, I think this question reminds me of an interview question, or like this question: if you want to be a tree, what kind of tree you want to be? I hope Ishi can be a tree that people recognize. People don't feel familiar, they're unfamiliar with in 3 to 5 years. When in 5 years, when someone talks about Asian inspired oatmeal, it doesn't sound strange to people. So that's my dream.
Thank you, Lynn. I definitely can see the future that your tree will grow into a forest. Just stay tuned.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So any of the audiences, if you do have any questions, please feel free to leave your comments to the chat box. And before I ask Lynn and Sandra more questions, I'll give you a little bit break. I'm going to move to Douglas. Hi, Douglas.
Hi there.
Hi, so do you want to introduce a little bit more about yourself?
Absolutely. Again, my name is Douglas. I'm a senior contributor right now at Forbes, covering the CPG, especially food and beverage industry, for the past 7 years. Currently also a business manager working for Springdale Venture. We are a Austin, Texas-based early stage consumer-focused venture fund, looking at deals from seed to Series A stage. So very entrenched in the CPG category and industry, and super, super proud to call the other two panelists today my close friends. Very, very proud of what you're building with Ishi and Senzo, really two awesome stellar brands in the CPG markets. So I'd love to share more insights with the audience today.
Thank you, Douglas. So what advice would you give to the Asian entrepreneurs from an investor's perspective?
Wow, that's a very broad question, but I would say, right, from an investor perspective, we're definitely see there's a growing number of inbound deals coming from whether it's Asian immigrants or Asian American entrepreneurs. More and more so, right, entrepreneurs from our Asian community are very much emboldened to represent themselves. Compared to many years ago when we came up with the products where Asian entrepreneurs tend to, tuck a certain flavor, slowly introduce our flavors insert a broader category in order to appeal to so-called mainstream audiences. But now the concept of mainstream is slowly changing, right? From what stereotypically is the majority of white population, but now it seems like our population is becoming more and more diverse, right? So I would say the concept of mainstream is changing very dynamically. Coming to the market, representing your culture, even it's like a subcategory within a broad, Asian market has lots of great opportunities. So I would say, be very bold, be encouraged, be inspiring, and have the guts to represent your culture and bring the products that you really believe in to the market is number one, most important thing. Number two, I would say, targeting mass markets. Ishi and Senzo are both great examples of, both in the sparkling water category and, breakfast oatmeals category. They're both longing for major disruption, and they're both, major categories. And I think that's a great opportunities to tackle in the first place.
Thank you, Douglas. Any other insights you want to share, probably with Sandro and Lin?
Sandro, do you have any additional add-on quotes you would like to provide?
I mean, I guess a question I'd be curious, and I mean, hey, we're doing this a bit live, but it is kind of an interesting time for the markets, for entrepreneurs and investors, with a looming recession. How are if there's any, I'm not sure if folks here are also like aspiring entrepreneurs, but how are you evaluating, given Springdale's like check sizes, like pre-seed, seed level deals? Are you still actively investing? What are you looking for your brands, or are you just focused on Springdale's current portfolio? Because we've gotten that from our own investors, which is good for us, I guess, to a certain degree. But we know that it's a potentially challenging time for entrepreneurs in the space.
Absolutely, that's a great question. I would say challenges really not resonate with the founders, entrepreneurs themselves, but really resonates with entire CPG broad category. When we do investments, we're actively looking at consumer products, not just the food and beverage category per se, although it represents the majority, which is 75% of our portfolio. But I would say things that really resonate with the burgeoning consumer trends and consumer demand has always been a hot topic. Things, especially food and beverage, everybody eats, and things like this is just not going away. I think, like Lynn mentioned earlier, we're actually just the tip of the iceberg when we say, Asian cultural movement. And one of the biggest reason why they're seeing a growing number of Asian inspired brands coming to market because of the K-pop, right? We have Bling Empire, we have Crazy Rich Asians, and all these cultural movements that are like moving forward with these brands that are really emboldened. I would say recession is looming, in a lot of people's opinions. But in the meantime, I think it's actually a great time for VCs and private investors to come in at a better valuation, because people are kind of like, be careful a little bit with their evaluation, making sure that it's not too ego driven, right? I would say, if you have a fantastic deal, have a great products, great tasting products that really resonates with the majority of consumers, I'm more than happy to take a look at it.
It's a good answer.
Thank you, Douglas. Lynn, any comments for now?
I want to echo the trends Douglas mentioned earlier. I'm a huge believer in the CPG market getting more diverse, and consumers are becoming more diverse. The next generation of consumers, they're so diverse. They embrace a lot of different cultures. Also, where they shop, where brands can meet them, the channels are getting really diverse as well. So I think for brands, it's important to meet the customers and also tell us, share the story of diversity and catch this trend, leverage this trend, and be where consumers are. And I do have a question for Douglas. So I'm curious, given this current environment with, all the supply chain and operations challenges for a lot of companies, it's all the challenges are widespread, and also the capital markets are really tight. Do you see more companies, getting working capital financing, leveraging that to extend their runway and raise later when the economy is better?
Yeah, that's a very good and timely question. We definitely see, just resonating with, Senzo mentioned earlier, it's really resonates with the CPG industry across the board. It has been a very, very challenging time. What we are seeing right now is a lot of brands out there are trying to cut out middlemen, right? Sourcing ingredients or working with farmers directly. So in a certain way, it can streamline the supply chain process. So that's one of the ways to, to cut down costs. But I would say, whatever creative way that you're able to find out in order to maximize your profits, but in a way to continue penetrating the market, it's always a good option, whether we're in a difficult, recession or when economy gets better at a later stage.
I agree. I think it's obviously an important strategy is extremely important during recession.
Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you. So we do see the question from the chat box. We would want to hear more about your personal story. How did you found the brand? So let's start with Lynn. I know that we have a brief introduction from the beginning, but if you want to add anything, share with us more about your personal stories, and also how do you make sure for the retail customers for the first engagement, how do you pitch yourself, pitch your brand, your product to in front of them and have them to try at the first time?
Sure. So my inspiration came from my mom. I grew up in China, in a little coastal town known for its beer, Qingdao. And when I was a kid, my mom used to make all kinds of hot cereals for me. One of my favorites was black sesame cereal. And my mom made it so delicious, so nutritious, so healthy and clean. I loved it as a kid. And then I came to the States for college in 2014. And then after I studied finance, after I graduated, got into management consulting. I was always working long hours and not eating very healthy. But I was eating a lot of oatmeal. I thought oatmeal was better than a lot of other options, office pantry or at an airport. Then I started reading the oatmeal labels. I thought the sugar is really unnecessary. And the flavors were so boring. Every morning I had to make really hard decision. Do I want apple cinnamon today or do I want maple brown sugar? And at that time, I remembered the black sesame cereal my mom used to make for me. And I thought, well, I should just make that into my breakfast and combine, what I missed and loved with the ingredients I can find here, which is oats, flax seeds, hemp seeds, and also, ingredients that I enjoy as I label myself as a health conscious consumer. I like to eat things that can provide more protein, less sugar. So I combined those black sesame, walnut, and the traditional ingredients in the Eastern hot cereal with local ingredients and just created all the recipes in my own kitchen and started bringing to work. My coworkers at the time have never tried anything black sesame, saw this black bowl of oatmeal I was eating and got so intrigued. They smelled so tasty. So he tried it, loved it. And I shared the black sesame cereal with more coworkers, and they all loved the taste, the benefits of the ingredients. And they started making suggestions about flavors. So one of my coworkers said, Lynn, you have to make a taro bubble tea flavor. That's my favorite flavor. You're doing Asian oatmeal. So from there, I created all the flavors. And in 2019, I moved from Boston to Chicago to start my MBA at University of Chicago Booth. So I thought, now I'm a student, let me just try testing out this idea to see if people that are not my friend will enjoy these flavors. So I walked into Whole Foods and asked the team to try the product. So this was pre-pandemic. The team was really open in trying new products. I didn't even have packaging. So they tried it. They told me about the local forager program, which is where we started in retail. So we started in local Whole Foods stores in Chicago. One of the team members, her name was Rachel, I remember, she said she loved, one of these flavors. And if our product was sold in the stores, she would buy it every day. And that was so encouraging. So I started making oatmeal in a commercial kitchen with my co-founder. I met my co-founder at school. So we would make oatmeal in a commercial kitchen on Sundays. I used to pack oatmeal with a hair dryer. Every Sunday we make 800,000 servings of oatmeal, and during the week I would sell and demo it at farmers market, yoga studios, local grocery stores that I have to walk into maybe 20 times to convince the owner to let me sell there. So from all these events, I was having a lot of fun, kind of just sharing these flavors and my oatmeal with people, and slowly we gained organic traction through word of mouth, and we were accepted into the local Whole Foods program, and then everything started taking off from there.
That's cool.
That's
so
my story.
Sweet. Thank you so much for sharing. How about Sandro?
Yeah, I'd say for anyone who wants to learn about like the deeper dive, I've done a couple podcasts over the last year that dive in for like a half hour, in one case I think like an hour or hour 15, to kind of go for, if someone wants to go through like all like the nuts and bolts here. I know we're kind of running a little short on time. I think the biggest thing that I'd say for my own story was just like, having had some interesting experiences, I think as we said at the top of the hour, was the 2 years in investment banking, and then 5 years at an apparel startup. I think the biggest thing that I learned with launching the brand, and something that I really enjoyed about this industry, is that like it ultimately is actually, I think, one of the most democratic business models to be an entrepreneur in. Folks with MBAs or college degrees are at the same exact starting line in many ways as folks who have only a high school degree. In fact, like especially in the beverage world, there's a couple folks who are billionaires in this industry who never went to college. And for
They're
me,
smart.
What's that? Yeah, right.
They're smart. Yeah, it's overrated.
Right. And so it's just like, you talk about, I don't know, the American dream. I'm like, I kind of, it can be humbling, but also like kind of inspiring, I think, this world that we're in. Having come from tech for the last 5 years and then banking for the 2 before that, while interesting, it can also be very gating. And so, I think one of the things I've truly loved about this industry, and I'm sure we all, like a lot of us here, if we're into this world, we like going to restaurants, we like tasting products. Like the biggest thing I just say is like, it's really cool how the most interesting things can come from truly like anywhere. Anyone can start it in their own home kitchen with, in my own instance, I have like this MacBook that I'm like here on with a Google Sheet that's free. Ordered a $20 kitchen scale off of Amazon, and then ordered purees from Amazon, and bought like a 12-pack of Canada Dry seltzer water, and that was like my first R&D. And I think, Lynn, it seems like you're kind of in a similar way, where you were just literally playing in your kitchen. And so, yeah, in some ways it's like the story isn't actually in some ways all that unique. It's, for Lynn and myself, I guess, just like taking that leap to believe that, hey, there's something that can be built on top of this. There's a brand, there's a story, there's a business that can be scaled on top of just like the products that we're building. So that's what I'd say. Yeah, I know. I sorry for kind of ducking the question a little bit. I know we're kind of running a bit on time, but for my own story, people want to learn a little. If you want to go like way deep down, there are some podcasts, and we've also gotten a little bit of. Got a little bit of press. You can kind of Google Sanzo and my name and hopefully find a couple things. Douglas actually covered our seed round. I guess it would have been 2 years ago at this point. So yeah, I would encourage folks, if you want to learn more, feel free to Google us a little bit.
And you have come a long way. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you for being the first teller, one of the first tell our story.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, three of you. Any words to summary before we let you go?
I think I would just give my last words here to, our audiences, people who want to start the Asian-inspired food and beverage brands out there, for entrepreneurs, for potential entrepreneurs, right? Never too niche to represent yourself. We have more than 50 countries across Asia Pacific Island, right? I think each of us has a very unique story, a unique flavor to represent. You will be surprised how inclusive and supportive the CPG industry is. So be bold, be encouraging.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and let's stay connected. I will see you around. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone, really appreciate your time to staying with us. We have came to the last session before our lunch break. Last but not least, here we go. So I'm so honored to introduce the founder of 吃货, Amy Duan. Let me rotate my camera. Actually, she's just behind me, next to me.
Thank you, Jasmine. So we're gonna just like this, or I'll just switch the seats.
Let's switch the seats.
If John Lin and Douglas, if you are still there, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, I know Lin is in Europe and she's very late there, and I heard the session and it's so inspiring. And let me introduce this session, and I'm so excited to have this conversation with those fabulous female women leaders, Nona Lim, founder and CEO of Nona Lim, and Hannah Ann, managing director of House of Ann, Crustacean, and Norma Chu, founder of Day Day Cook. So allow me to have several minutes to have a quick introduction of myself and what is 吃货, in case some of the audience are new to this platform. So my name is Amy, and I came to the United States about 12 years ago. And in 2012, I started 吃货as a content creator that found there's no platform in US that can give me good introduction of what is good Chinese food. So I just write about what I feel what is the good Chinese food in the US. And right now we are a food media and probably the largest Chinese language food media in the North America. And we have about 1.6 million followers in 16 cities. So for anyone in the audience that has followed our social media account with 吃货小分队, thank you for all your support. And we also start the marketing initiative called Asia Creative to help brands to enter the new market. And I feel what Douglas is doing and what Ling is doing and what Sandro, thank you, Sandro, if you are still there. I tried the lychee sparkling water, it's great. Yeah, I hope we can communicate in the future opportunities. Okay, so back to my current session. And I think like what I just did, I'll just wanted to let our guest speakers tell the story of as a women founder, as entrepreneur, how you start your brand and how you start your business. So maybe we can start from Nona.
Sure, absolutely. So I grew up in Singapore and I spent about 8 years working in London, originally in management consulting and software consulting. Moved to the US actually quite some time ago in 2005, 2006. So the first company that I started was actually a meal kit delivery business. So I created that category in the US, but I did it on a shoestring budget while, doing competitive fencing. So I was still representing Singapore in fencing, and almost made the London Olympics in 2012. Missed it by a point, got really frustrated, gave up my competitive fencing, had a kid instead, and then launched the Nona Lim brand in 2014. And that was when I took a lot of the soups and the snacks that were in my meal kit program and then launched them into CPG. Because what I wanted to do was to take a lot of the foods that I grew up with, but to put it in a format that consumers can enjoy. Because what I realized was that when I was a competitive fencer, being, many times a decade older than a lot of my competitors who are professionals, I really needed the healthy food and food that would help me recover much quicker. So that's how I kind of got into it. And what I wanted to do then is to create kind of a CPG brand that really still tasted authentic, but is healthier and better for you, right? And also convenient. Because at that point in time, what I saw that was even, 8 years ago was that, as you see the opportunity here, right? Which is a lot of packaged food out there was still very traditional. And I wanted to create something that was more accessible to mainstream Americans, that was more nutritious, gluten-free, non-GMO, healthier. So that's what I did. Mm-hmm. And so what we have now today, actually we have a line of fresh noodles like ramen and rice noodles, pad thai noodle, pad see ew noodles, different kinds of Asian flavored, Asian broth, as well as stir-fry starter kits that we sell at Whole Foods, at just launching in Target, at Kroger, so things like a pad see ew stir-fry starter kit, so that it allows you to quickly make a nice restaurant quality meal at home in like 15 minutes or so.
Thank you, Nona. Actually, I tried to buy your products because I checked your website and it says it's available in Lucky Supermarket, but I didn't find it.
Yes, you will find that that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in grocery retail, which is execution at the store level, making sure that there's no out of stock. And that's definitely one of the biggest challenges, in CPG, which is just the store execution.
Agree. Thank you so much. Next, I wanted to ask Hannah. Hannah, nice to joining us. I'm so glad we met several years ago, and I just realized that actually House of Van is the founder. You founded garlic noodle, which is my favorite.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I did remember, and congratulations. And I'm so congratulations what you've done with Chiwo. It's amazing that you create such an amazing platform, 1.5 million. That's amazing. Congratulations. And we're very thankful that now we have a platform that we can all share our idea and kind of support our Asian community. I mean, we definitely, as you already know, we definitely need a bigger voice in this industry too. So thank you.
Totally. That's our vision, to have this Taste of China event. And so yeah, the next question, we wanted to hear your story and the story of your family. And let me say more about House of Anne. Actually, House of Anne is inaugurated in Smithsonian Museum as a pioneer for introducing the real Vietnamese food to mainstream America. So it's amazing. And so what are the experiences and how your family made it?
Well, anyway, thank you. My family, we started in 1971. I mean, it's a very long story. I will try to keep it short. I don't know. But first of all, we opened in 1971, and our very first restaurant is called Tang Long. And, through the years from there, we have also created Crustaceans Restaurant. And that was opened in 1997, actually 1991. And then we came to Beverly Hills. Our flagship is Crustacean Beverly Hills, which is we opened in 1997. And that's we here in Beverly Hills. So, I would like to kind of talk about, I know that, this topic is about, fusion cuisine, and I want to share with you about garlic noodles, how it all started. And I do think that, garlic noodle is what is one of the key elements that kind of put us in on a map as well. There's a story behind it. So way back then, you know, my mom originally, we all first came over. We have to start over from the United States after the fall of Saigon. And we always wanted to, you know, back then, you know, Italian food was the main important thing. You know, the spaghetti was so popular, and we always, you know, tell my mothers that we want to go eat Italian food. And my mom would say, you know, well, you know, back then it's expensive food. And so from there, said, well, let me create you guys something very similar. And using her background, her philosophy, you know, about cooking, like the yin and yang. So she's using, you know, as you know, the French cookie, Italian cookie, there's a lot of butter and cheese. So we try to use the different elements in it, like garlic, which is healthy. So from then we create the garlic noodles, and we kind of, so that's my mom's own creation. And it's become like so popular that everyone loved that dishes. And that's why it started. It's kind of launched, you know, people coming to our restaurant. And of course, we know for our crab as well, the roast crab. And that's what made Thanh Long our very first restaurant, very popular. And to this day, it's still there. And, you know, we really grew like truly from a 20 seat to a 40 seat, 60 seat, 80 seat, now 150, right? Seat as well. But then, you know, we would say, okay, well, the next step would be, you know, we got to take this to the mainstream. I mean, we don't want to be pigeonholed at, okay, Asian restaurant is, you know, like, it's kind of like cheap, you know, like inexpensive, but I won't say cheap, inexpensive. So we said, yeah, let's come up with a concept that would take us out there. And that's how Crustacean came about. And there are definitely a lot of challenge with that. And maybe a little later after I can share more into it, how we, you know, the challenge we have. It wasn't easy to break the mold of being, you know, one of the first, you know, high-end, like you said, you know, they induct us in the Smithsonian because we were able to break the mold. And I can share with that you later how do you do that. But I remember way back then, I think when we first opened Crustacean, there was like no other high-end restaurant other, I think maybe at San Francisco, maybe like Tommy Toys or something. So that was a challenge for us. You know, being, you know, doing what we did with garlic noodles and creating Crustacean, the challenge. And, you know, it wasn't easy because, you know, it's always hard, you know, to be able to be, you know, like, okay, so Asian, we can have, I remember we have right away, there was a lot of resistance. And I can go over that a little bit later with you as well. If you like to hear that story, we have like really, right away, the first article was written about us like, okay, why the An family, they are so great at what they do as a mom and pop at Crustacean. I mean, in San Francisco, in the Sunset District called Thanh Long, why are they trying to create this concept? What is Crustacean? What even that mean? You know, why is there wine? Why like wine, alcohol? Like it should be simple. That was really bad. And then and along how we go overcome that. And it wasn't easy either. So we were able to do that. And we also very lucky. I'll share that later with you if you like to hear that story.
Yes, we love to
hear that story now because it's long. So I can continue. So basically, why did we get that really bad article that say, okay, you know what? It's why the An is trying to do that. And then we also so we were all like scratching our head. Oh my God, we just opened this new concept. What are we gonna do? We pretty much invest everything, you know, we have at that moment to create this concept. So what we're gonna do but at the same time, you know, like I said, it's luck and timing. You gotta be persistent, you gotta be creative, and you gotta, you know, do out of the box. Like we were saying, should we challenge, you know, the media? I mean, a lot of people would say, okay, you know, you get best press, just keep moving, create new thing. After a while, people forget about it. But then for us, we feel that it was more of we thought it was kind of like a personal attack. Like why say, you know, why the Asian food, why Asian food can't be, you know, high end. So but we were lucky, then we had another article that was written about us, you know, from David Bex from the San Jose Mercury News. They said that, okay, garlic noodle is worth marrying for. Because at that time, all of us were single. And there was a secret kitchen recipe. Only family member know how to make those dishes. So then we said to ourselves, okay, so we got this 2 article, what are we gonna do? So then we all decided, you know what? We're gonna take out, like we're gonna buy the full page, both sides, you know, of the art, you know, of the newspaper. And we're gonna post it on a Sunday, both sides. We're gonna post up the bad article, you know, by Michael Bowers, and we can put up another article with David Bax. And under it, we challenge the media, and we let to our audience say, come and find out who's right. And I really believe that was one of the turning point for us. But since then, we have so much press, people coming in to, to try the noodle. They try to decide, read about who's right, who's wrong. And that was something that, we did. I really, my family really feel that, that's kind of a turning point for us. And from then, fast forward, it's been so many years. We have done, we have more location, and actually now we're about to launch, more crustacean in Saudi Arabia. And, we even have a noodle concept called Noots as well. So, that's to me is something that I like to share today with you. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I'll ask you about how you some other questions later. So yeah. Next, let us welcome Norma from Day Day Cook. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Day Day Cook 日煮, and I saw you are also a great host and cook, and you made fabulous dishes by yourselves. I'm not sure if you down those videos right now. Are you still doing that?
I haven't done it in a while, but I was doing it I think still up to a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So yeah, tell us your story, how you start your company and why you started, and what's your vision and passion, and how about what is now about Day Day Cook?
Yeah, no, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me here today. And apologies for my voice, or if you see me, muting myself, I'll probably be coughing and maybe blowing my nose because I do have the flu. All right, so my company is Day Day Cook, and we originated from Hong Kong. So we are a brand that enables the younger generation to enjoy cooking, ranging from having a wide library of social content to a growing portfolio of convenient meal kit solutions. So I started back in 2012 as a content creator on Facebook. And then from Facebook, we then went on to YouTube and Instagram. And later on, in 2015, we expanded into the mainland China market, where we now have a pretty good fan base across all types of content and social commerce platforms. So very similar to you, Amy, we started as a content creator and then kind of have this, mindset of, whatever the market takes us. And fortunately, being in the mainland China market, we just had a ton of opportunity to kind of expand and explore different things. So, in 2017, we started doing a little bit of content commerce where, we feature some products within our videos, we started selling it. So that was a pretty interesting period. And we then realized, okay, this is something that we want to keep doing, but perhaps we should start selling our own products. And so in 2019, we decided to launch our own product portfolio. And, post-pandemic, it was a very challenging couple of years, but nonetheless, I think it was very fruitful couple of years for the company as well. We are now, 100% focused on selling consumer products with the help of content still being the core of our brand, where we have, great consumer and customer engagement and, still a growing presence across all social commerce platforms. So, right now we're very excited just to be here. I mean, this being a part of today's event is a complete positive surprise for me. I mean, I haven't been back to the States in 3 years, and just being back here, I'm now in San Francisco, and being invited to be a part of this is just amazing. So really, really glad to be here today.
Thank you, Norma. I'm expecting to catch up after the event, maybe offline. Yeah, I'm also in San Francisco. I think Nona is also in San Francisco, right?
Oakland.
Oh, you're in Oakland. Yeah. Yep. Then we can meet up.
Yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, let me ask Nona. And another role of you is you are also the vice chair board of director of Specialty Food Association, and you are the first Asian female board director at SFA. So can you share some of that part story?
Sure. So the Specialty Food Association, they've been around since the 1960s. And they were started back then with regards to Italian food. I think, Hannah mentioned that Italian food was really popular, right? And so what happened was, I guess, a bunch of Italian food importers decided to create the fancy food show at that time so that they can showcase to the American public all the different kinds of imported foods from Italy. That's how it got started. And so then it became kind of like the leading show for specialty food, where a lot of buyers would go there, retailers would go there, and makers would go there. So you see a lot of cheeses, a lot of meats and salamis and these and all kinds of seafoods. Not as much Asian food, although they do have pavilions from the different Asian countries. And honestly, when I first launched my business, I decided that, if I'm going to get into this industry, I might as well, get involved. And so really just started getting involved, volunteering my time there, and started off being kind of the diversity chair back in 2016 for a couple of years, when they decided to really, how should I put it? When they wanted to create more diversity within the association. And then I decided to just run for it. And it's kind of interesting because back then, in 2014, 2015, there are not that many Asian entrepreneurs in the CPG space. So I was definitely one of the few. There were a few out there. And so, it was a little bit of, let's get involved, right? Because I have to build a network, being, coming from a totally different country. I didn't grow up with a network here. I didn't know anyone, and coming from a different industry as well, I didn't know anyone, right? So I knew neither of the people in the country or the industry. And so what I did was I just sought out trade associations that I could participate in. And so now what's exciting is that the how should I put it? The landscape has evolved a lot, right? In the last few years, we've seen a lot of other Asian entrepreneurs. I think Sandro is one of them. You have Sandro, you have the sisters from Omsom, you have Fly by Jing, you have so many different brands that have come out since then. And so it's awesome to see so much representation. But I think what I try to do with the Specialty Food Association is to create opportunities and diversity, right? Not just for Asian Americans, but just for what we call BIPOC, just non-white people, so that we have a voice. Because as we know, the food industry is evolving, right? What's very exciting today are all the different types of ethnic cuisines, lots of different, not just Asian cuisines. You have, whether it is Singapore, Malaysian, or Thai, or Vietnamese, or Japanese, or Korean, or Taiwanese, and then you have Moroccan, you have different parts of Africa. So I think that's what's really exciting about kind of the food industry evolving in the US today. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Nona. Yeah, I think for the goal of our event is also wanted to gather those fabulous Asian entrepreneurs and support the Asian CPG community and restaurant industry. And next question I wanted to ask Norma. So like you mentioned, we are also start from content creation by ourselves. But in today's, it's full of changes, and especially the fast changing the social media trend. So how do you keep up with the timing? And because you are start doing the your own brand these years too. Yeah, could you share some of the story and how you see those opportunities?
Sure. I mean, definitely. I mean, the content market has changed a lot since we started. I mean, I hate sounding old a lot of the time when I say we've been doing this for 10 years, but yeah, the content market definitely has changed for the past, not even 10 years, but a few years. And then the commerce landscape also changed dramatically over in the mainland China market. And so when I look back in terms of, why and when we did those, little experiments and pivots with the business, and how do we come to where we are now, I think it's really up to three things. I think one is, always just having a very open mind and, keep an eye out in terms of what's happening in the market. Because, I think as an entrepreneur, we are always so busy, and then we are always, tasked with the important thing about just solving problems that we see in our business day in and day out, right? But I think it's always important to kind of keep an open mind and see what's changing and what's happening out there. And then number two is just, once we know what's changing, and oftentimes we are unfamiliar with that space, just like when we went from content to content commerce, and then now running a consumer business, having to manage the manufacturing process and understanding supply chain, we just have to really keep learning different things. And finally, I think, how do we seize these opportunities, maybe, the trends that we see now or future trends coming up? I think it's just really to get moving, right? I mean, it's always important or easy to spot opportunities, but another thing is just really put one foot in front of another and get started, be fast and nimble and react to these new trends. So yeah, I think that's how I would describe how we're able to kind of evolve into where we're at now.
Thank you, Norma. I just checked on the chat box. Someone is asking because we originally we will have Anita Law, the Michelin chef of Anissa, but she's not able to make it today. But we already recorded interview, and we're gonna share it later during the lunch session. So yeah, if you are interested in watch the interview with Anita, and you can stay tuned in our channel, in our Zoom meeting. So thank you, Norma. And next I wanna, Hannah, I wanna ask you more about your story about House of Anne. And so you talk about the garlic noodle. I mean, I'm kind of curious, like during those years, what's some of the changes you've seen in the Asian food flavors? And is there any flavor that your group are developing right now, or you wanted to emphasize more on the signature item, which is the garlic noodle?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically what our philosophy is that we like to stay true to what we believe in. And, as I mentioned before, when we first do it, there was a lot of resistance. People say, garlic noodle, but yet now you see garlic noodles in almost lot of the restaurant, even in American restaurants, there's a garlic noodle. So we are very proud, we kind of proud to see that. But my philosophy is that, even though we are fusion, but you have to stay true to what we feel that we like, that we enjoy eating, the true flavor. Like I can, give you an example. We have certain dishes that we love, like for example, the bun cot. And how we about bringing it up to another level is that is a very traditional Vietnamese dishes, right? But then yet now we elevate it by the presentation and using great ingredients. But the flavor itself, you still have to be able to identify if you were to go to Vietnam and eat a bun cot, for example. So right now, your question is, what is our plan? I think we will continue. I mean, we have to stay true. Just like my family have this philosophy, like, we got to continue. We started, I think, when we had our very first restaurant called Tang Long. Yes, we still have it to this day, right? After all this year, it just keep growing. We stayed at the same location, bigger, but we just keep adding to the location. So I mentioned 20 seats, and then we got to 100, and then we got to like 150 seats today. So we, we like to stay true to what we're doing. We continue, but adding on, and we are looking to, develop, like you said, possibly do more of a garlic noodles to people home, like that you can have it at home. So we're working on that right now. I think, we're still exploring the opportunity. I feel like in the, Vietnamese sector, there hasn't been one that really do ready to food eat Vietnamese food, traditional Vietnamese food that take it to the mainstream yet. So I think, that's what we are looking to do. We are exploring that, and we want to continue our, crustacean brand concept. I've mentioned to you earlier, we are opening in Saudi Arabia, and more yet to come. And we're looking to expand that even more towards Asia. So we're looking for a partner on that as well. But mainly, we want to bring Asia garlic noodle more to the mainstream, and it's not just coming to our restaurant, but hopefully we can have it where you can access it a lot easier. So that's one of our goals right now. Yeah.
Totally. I think one flavor, if it can be found in many other outlets and in many different concepts, it shows the vitality of the flavor. So thank you, Hannah. Similar question I want to ask Nona. I know that your products are also inspired by the amazing flavors from Singapore and across Asia. So how do your products reflect the fusion and diversity of Asian flavors?
Yeah, for sure. I think that, Singapore is such a melting pot, right? Originally, it is a country full of immigrants, whether they come from historically from southern China, from, Malaysia, the Indonesia, what do you call it? The fishing villages around Southeast Asia. So I think that growing up eating lots of different kinds of cuisines, and so I try to bring those to market, but at the same time, for me, what I have to do, because my target audience is more mainstream Americans shopping at like Whole Foods and Kroger and all the supermarkets, I have to almost take baby steps. And so it is sometimes a little bit of try and error. I want to introduce them to the flavors that I enjoy and grew up with, but at the same time, there's a little bit about, are they ready for it? I know that when I first launched my laksa noodle many years ago, back in 2014, people had a hard time pronouncing it. I got a lot of people saying they call it Alaska noodles because they think it looks like Alaska noodles, right? And so it was a little bit about, how do you, yeah, I see normal, right? Like, how do you name it? Do you call it rice spaghetti, right? There's so much to it, which is, there's all these flavors that I want to introduce it, but then, how do you do it in a way that is more accessible? I remember launching one of my favorite bone broth, which is, kind of a ginseng chicken bone broth, which is very much similar to kind of like, in Hong Kong and Singapore, right? You have the uji tang or the black chicken ginseng soup, right? That you cook in a double boiled tongue, right? So I tried to recreate something like that, which I absolutely love. But it just didn't get mainstream appeal because they're not familiar with the flavor of ginseng. Because the flavor of ginseng is a little bit more bitter, right? It's my own personal taste with what would work for the timing. And so like in my R&D, our own internal team, I actually make sure that besides us liking it, we have a bunch of non-Asians that we actually let them try to see how it works for them.
I think Nona, maybe there's some disconnected from the
internet.
internet.
So sorry. Yes,
it's
connection.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, so definitely I have to temper that to see if they're ready for it yet. Yeah, with the products that we make. Like I wanted to launch for many years ago a laksa. If those are familiar with Singaporean cuisine, you do have also the laksa soup itself, right? That has that shrimp paste in there that gives it that funkiness together with that coconut milk and all that, right? So it's very unique to a Singaporean Malaysian dish, but a lot of Americans are not ready for that funkiness that you get with the shrimp paste. And so, I have to hold back on launching it. It's definitely a fine line, which is I get inspired by all the foods that I grew up with, that I enjoy and I taste, and all the different Asian cuisines that I love. But I sometimes have to temper by, having non-Asians taste them and see kind of the feedback. See, there's much more broad-based to the Ranch 99 or the H Marts and all that, but selling to kind of the Lucky Smart.
Maybe you can stop video. Maybe you can stop video. That will be maybe help the internet like going faster. Maybe we can try that.
Yep.
Well, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. No, that's all I have. Hopefully you guys got it. Sorry for the connection.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry for the laksa noodle because I think we actually reported 10 best Asian noodles. We do a research, and there's 1 year for the #1 noodle flavor is laksa. Yeah, I remember clearly because I bought that flavor after we do the research. So I think that's a very smart strategy because Hannah choose and family choose garlic as the signature flavor, as a representation or symbol for Vietnamese flavor. And also, I think Nona chooses, what Nona chooses is the laksa flavor. And so same question I wanted to ask Norma. What do you think are the most signature flavor for your product?
Well, for our product, definitely the stronger flavor profile sells well, across the mainland China market. And here in the US, we just started selling on Yummy Buy, and also I think the more spicy Sichuan flavor definitely gets more of the appeal. But for Daily Coke, I think what's interesting and what we want to keep as the core identity for the brand is not to just stick to one particular Asian flavor profile, but be a little bit more I guess fun and inclusive in terms of bringing it maybe Korean flavors, some Japanese flavors, some Chinese flavors for sure whenever we think about product launches. So I just want to kind of keep that sort of an international image across from content all the way into our product creation. Because I think that's also, being originally from Hong Kong, it kind of represents, our Hong Kong, I guess, food scene as well. So, that's kind of how I want to take, the product going forward. But right now, if you ask me, what is our top selling product? Definitely the more spicy and strong flavor products gets most of the love.
Yeah, I think those strong flavor are most memorable flavors. That's why it's easy to get out. I think here are my last question for 3 of you, since it's a panel session about Asian women and women founders. So what do you think are the most challenging things and biggest advantages as a female entrepreneur? I want to ask Hannah first.
Yes. Actually, I think, as a woman, there's pro and con, right? I think, people don't expect us to do certain things. Like, for example, but then we have to go out of the box. I think that would make that's very important. Like that example that I talk about the challenge when we first opened Create Station and making the first, kind of high-end Asian restaurant. And we just have to go out the box. We gotta be persistent, gotta stay true to what we believe in, and and just go for it. And I think that's the key, was when we challenge the media. And I don't think, so I don't think anyone expects us to do that. And I think that's create, a lot of, get a lot of attention to that. So, and then, and also unity too. I think women, we need to stay together. And I think one of the key things that my family, there's had been a lot of restaurants open and come and go. And I think we are here today since, all these years, because we learn from our mistake, right? And we also we have to work together as a unity. And I think as a family, there's like 5 of us. So we help each other. And, we learn from our mother, and we continue the legacy. And then we have to, experiment. And I think women, we have a tendency, we like to experiment things. And I think that's the key, is that staying together. And like everything else, you have to work really hard. You do need luck. I do believe luck, but luck is probably and timing. But working together and working hard is the key. And I think women, we're very resilient. We can handle stress a lot better than men, I think. Yeah.
I agree. About 70% of our readers are women. We love to explore new food and new flavors and new products. Yeah. Thank you, Hannah. And maybe next one, Nona, share some of your thoughts on that part as a female entrepreneur.
Sure. Gosh, I think that when I first started in 2014, many of the retail buyers were mostly older white men. And so one of the challenges was kind of making small talk, right? Especially, I'm sure your many of your readers, and it is how do you make small talk with older white men? And I don't really watch a lot of American sports, right? Like baseball or American football or basketball. And so I know that I had a white broker then, right? A white male broker. And that's what they were kind of chit chat about, like, oh, did you watch whatever play in the team and so on and so forth. So I think for me, one of the hardest things as well, because I didn't grow up in the US and I'm not big into sports, into at least the common American sports, was just trying to find common ground where making small talk, whether it is with retailers, buyers, or investors. So that was one thing that I noticed. And of course, I'm sure many of you guys might have experienced the mansplaining, right? Which is sometimes you have some, right? Especially, us Asian women, we tend to look a little bit, maybe I'm making a generalization, but we tend to look a little bit younger than we are. So they tend to think that we're much younger than we are or much more inexperienced. And so I definitely have been mansplained before, so much so that when I hired my one of my VP of sales, he asked me, what are you looking for, in the VP of sales? And then I said, well, I'm not looking for an older white guy to tell me what to do. So I think that was definitely that will go on in the industry. But having said that, the third one that I think is a big challenge for both female entrepreneurs and then Asian entrepreneurs, I think, is in fundraising, right? Because a lot of the investment community, they're still very white and they're still very male. And so then the question is, nobody would tell you openly that they're not going to invest in you because you're female, you're Asian, right? They might just say, oh, you're not the right fit. And so you never really know if the same set of presentations and numbers, would you have gotten funded, right? So that's always that question. It's a question mark, I think. But the good thing about being, I think, where we are today is we bring credibility, right? As Asian tastemakers creating Asian food, we now have a lot more credibility than a white person trying to sell Vietnamese cuisine or Singaporean cuisine, So I feel that that is something that is an advantage. And definitely, I feel like women entrepreneurs were much more collaborative and we work much better in teams and with others. And yeah, I think we're more efficient.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Nona. I think you made an inspiration sample for all the other women, because you are the first female, Asian female board director at SFA, and hopefully we can gather more power. And I think it's getting better and better right now. And thank you. And I think last one will be Norma. Yes. Can you share us some of your story?
Yeah, I mean, Hannah and Nona already covered some of the challenges. But yeah, I think like challenges don't discriminate, right? I mean, we all, as entrepreneurs, we all face the same stuff about, running the business, scaling up, navigating the right direction, especially during a time, that we're in right now. So I'm not going to add to the obstacles. I would agree with the ones that are being covered. In terms of advantages as a female entrepreneur, I think mainly it would be I would boil it down to maybe our ability to communicate and probably build rapport with others. I mean, during my past 10 years of entrepreneurship, I think, if I think about what I value most to date, I think would be my ability to connect with people, from attracting talents to join my team, getting investor support, building business partnership network, that, you know, all of those things are very critical. So I see that, you know, female entrepreneurs, you know, we have the tendency and the ability, like our superpower, to be like water, you know what I mean? Like we're able to adapt to different scenarios, adapt to different personalities, and just connect with people in a very authentic way. So I think, you know, that's important about being an entrepreneur, and just, you know, riding out the tough times and use that to our advantage.
Thank you, Norma. So I think I'm gonna wrap up this session because it's about we're already past the time slot. Thank you again so much for your participation, Hannah, Nona, and Norma, and we hopefully we can get together offline soon.
Yeah,
and
let's do that. Thank you so much. Thanks for having this
today. I have to thank.
Feel free to stay in the chat room, and because I see there are a lot of people saying, like, so for example, someone saying Nona's story is so real, and I think your guys, our ladies really inspired our audience, and hope you guys also have a wonderful conversation with me. Okay, so.
Thank you so much.
So maybe I'll just pass this to my host, dear Jasmine, another wonderful women leader.
All right, thank you, Amy, and thank you for all those wonderful female entrepreneurs. Myself, I'm also very proud of being a female, and let's girls get united and raise as a team. As you can see, we are approaching our lunch break. Really appreciate your time to staying with us for that long, and we are coming back around 1:25. So coming back on time on 1:25. During this lunch break session, we do have, Amy has mentioned that she had an interview with Anita. So we will share the video for the interview during the lunch break session. And we are coming back at 1:25. 谢谢大家，我们的上午场现在暂时告一个段落了。现在是我们的午休时间。那么下午场的话，将主要是以中文为主。我们将在11点25分准时开始。一会儿见，拜拜。
That's it, friend? Yes.
Bet you're looking for something new.
太是一个吃货了，我是一名吃货。
Yeah, I'm definitely a food lover. I wouldn't do what I do if I was not.
从小吃到大，一天3餐吃不够的。
之前最疯狂的日子呢，我们可以一天吃8家到10家餐厅吧，还足够内容给我们的粉丝看。所以我说我们是吃货是没错的。
应该算是一个吃货。
I wouldn't call myself a foodie, but yes, I do love food.
Yeah, I'm definitely a foodie.
Definitely a food lover. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, doesn't matter.
美食对我来说是生活的另一半，对，有的时候看得比男朋友还要重要。
在过去的3年里面，我们就吃遍了 LA， 吃了1500家餐厅，但是很快乐，还是这么的瘦。
Food means to me is a celebration of family and friends and bringing people together. Like churro, yeah, churro brings a lot of people together.
I especially love food in Los Angeles because it's very international and very diverse, and I think it's an exciting time to live in Los Angeles.
工作一天会有很大的精神压力或者体力的压力。通过好的美食放松一下他的心情。
Food is something delicious and lovely to look at and smell, but also I think food is one of the purest expressions of culture. It's a really good way of understanding other people.
我选择了做餐饮这个行业，见证了我的爱情。刚好我老公也是一名大厨，所以说每天就生活在大厨的私房菜之中。
2006年，我从中国到美国来读书，因为吃结识了一帮非常好的朋友，他们今天在美国就相当于是我的家人，吃联系着我们之间的感情，是一个非常重要的纽带。
大家好，我是黄磊黄小厨。未来黄小厨将继续坚持以美食为纽带，与全世界的吃货们一起发现幸福生活的美好日常。祝大家走遍世界，吃遍全球。
我是 Amy，吃货小分队的创始人和 CEO。这是我们第一次办这么大的一个活动，每年到年末年初的时候，都会想说去办一些餐厅的评选啦、颁奖啦这种。在讨论的过程里面，我们既然认识这么多的餐厅老板，然后了解这么多的背后的故事，所以我们就在想说，哎，是不是可以真的把他们招在一块儿？那我们之后的话，我们也会做自己的互联网产品，希望大家不管说是来美国旅游，还是说在美国留学，你们都能够通过吃货小分队找到你们想念的美食。
我相信自由自在，我相信希望，我相
茂林，茂林，再难也要好好吃饭，中国加油！
我相信明天，我相信青春没有你并肩，在日落的海边，在热闹的大街，不是我心中最美的乐园。我相信自由自在，我相信希望，我相信伸手就能碰到天。有你在我身边，让生活更新鲜，每一刻都精彩万分。
has led to the latest wave of Chinese immigration. Young, educated professionals bringing their culture from all regions of China. Meet Amy Duan. She arrived in California 10 years ago for college and saw that what most Americans referred to as good Chinese food was far from anything she recognized. In true millennial fashion, she started a website, 吃货, Mandarin for foodies. It's a resource for Chinese immigrants looking for the good stuff.
When I first come to the United States, when I looked up Yelp, like a restaurant is Chinese restaurant 5-star rating, but when I went there, this totally sucks. But my friends recommend a restaurant, but I looked at Yelp, it's like 2.5 stars. But I went there, I feel, oh my God, that's just really home taste from home. So for Chinese restaurant, I feel I can do better. So we started blogging and we grew to like 1,000 followers in the first week.
Wow.
We have accounts in Chicago, Boston, Seattle, Toronto, Vancouver, LA.
How many followers do you have with all the accounts combined?
I would say more than 1 million. Yeah.
Not bad. To me, it sounds like what you're doing is kind of building this community, whereas, you know, before, Chinese in America had Chinatown. But now it's hard to build community. So in a way, your site has the possibility of becoming a digital Chinatown.
I think that's what we're trying to do because we wanted to unite all the people with the same passion about food.
Amy and her team are bringing the Chinese community and its food into a new era.
Yeah, that's good. You can just you just dip into very quick. That's the spiciest.
What was your first impression of Chinatown here in the Bay Area when you first came?
Oh my God, that was really shocking to me. It was like older, you know, like 1980s in China. So that's the first impression. But it's changing. The whole Chinatown, I would say, it's evolving. And I would recommend some very good Chinese restaurants there. Not, you know, Americanized.
Chop suey.
No.
You think chop suey? Have you ever had chop suey?
No.
Do you know what it is?
I know.
What is it?
It's like a stir-fry combination, something like vegetables and meat stuff. But we don't eat it that way. But I think that's a very good invention to make people who didn't know Chinese food. To give them a first understanding. That's just my one in this 4 parts.
Fine, but God damn it.
People are hungry for more, right? They want to see what else Chinese food can be.
This is very well done, hot. It's hot.
It's good.
Each wave of the immigrant from China, they changed the Chinese food scene in America.
I think my favorite is this tofu.
Yeah.
Out of everything.
It's the golden age for regional Chinese food here. More and more new Chinese immigrants are from different regions, and they have the huge potential market to go to such restaurants. Also, for Americans, they care more about the culture behind the food. And they start paying attention to authenticity and the experiences of the food.
It's an exciting moment for Chinese food in America. We've gone beyond chop suey and General Tso's chicken. The full spectrum of food from China, a massive and diverse country, is settling quite nicely on American soil. And traditional Chinese cuisine is thriving alongside modern and exciting new food. It's taken 200 years, but we're beginning to understand the vastness of Chinese food.
So good. You can just enjoy it slowly. It's fine.
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. And I'm so excited. I'm Amy. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Love it there. I'm on Long Island right now, actually.
Oh, in New York.
New York, yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for accepting our invite about the Taste of Asia event. We are very excited to have you this time to have an interview and to have a little discussion and just have a chat and have a better understanding of each other. And we believe that in the future, I hope we can have more ways to working together, since I think I'm really inspired by what you've done and achievement as a woman, as a foodie, I'm a more on the media person. You actually have different roles, like award-winning chef, and also like restaurant owner and author of 2 books, and also board director of the nonprofit. So which role you love most and why?
I mean, I love all of them for different reasons. And I think all of them are important to me. I think it's incredibly important to do nonprofit, especially in this day and age where so many people don't have enough to eat, or, don't have fresh water to drink, etc. But selfishly, I think my most favorite role at the moment is I work for a company called the Tour de Forks, which is a travel company. It's a culinary travel company, and I help host and sell trips around the planet, like culinary focused trips. And on each trip, I teach a hands-on cooking class, and they're just so well done. It's everything is vetted, so we have like the best food experiences, and we do a lot of research, and I just get to be on the trip, and I love travel, and I love learning new things, especially about new cultures and foods that I've never had before. So that's probably my favorite role right now. But I mean, there's nothing like creating a new dish that people like. I mean, as far as like being a restaurateur, I think it's amazing. It's incredibly difficult and can be awful, but when you've managed people correctly and they're grateful, and you feel like you've helped them grow and learn, there's nothing better than that as well. So all different things.
Yes, I'm very curious about the travel culinary program, but I checked on the website. They're on destination for China, right? Have you ever planned maybe to explore some destination in China? Like, I think there are a lot of great ingredients and products, and maybe.
Oh, I would love to do that. I think it's a little bit difficult right now with COVID, and I think it's a little scary. I don't think we're, looking at, until this is resolved.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like within this year, but maybe in the future, coming years, because we also have some we know some like bureaus and city governments, and they wanted to, for example, Yunnan province, they have very, very good mushrooms.
I am dying to go to Yunnan. Yeah. I am dying. Yeah, the mushrooms, that sounds incredible.
Great coffee and tea.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, no, I'm dying to do that. I was in China a couple of years ago, right before a year before the pandemic started. And we were on this sustainability tour, if you will, with Yale University. And we went all over, but everyone was talking about Yunnan. So I was like, oh my God, we have to come back and do that. I mean, it's a lot of work to develop these trips, and we do need, normally the government will help us, governments of these different places will do these little tours for us so that we can vet, so that we can do our research on the area before we set up these trips. But once we do these trips, we hope to continue them and do them, do several of them. So
Thank you. Yeah, we can definitely discuss about that. Second thing, when we talk about China and about what our theme for the event is Taste of Asia. I watched the interview about you called East of Main Street. You mentioned your mom actually gave you a lot of inspiration on the recipes. So I'm kind of curious, what are the cultural elements that you think that can represent Chinese food culture and Asian food culture?
All of it. Yeah, I think, I'm interested in all of it. I think.
Well, what's your favorite Chinese food?
What?
What's your favorite Chinese food?
Oh, anything that's cooked really, really well. I mean, I loved it. I loved it all. When I was in China, I ate so well. I can't tell you. It was so incredible. And, I was there when I was a kid, and it wasn't that great. Like I was there like when, everyone was wearing Mao jackets, and it just was like, the food wasn't very good. But this last time I went back, it was like, oh my God, it was so incredible.
When was the last time you visited China?
Yeah, so that was going to be 3 years. It's been 2.5 years, so it's like 3.5 years. We spent a good amount of time in Chengdu, and I love Sichuan. Just love it. But yeah, it was just incredible. I love Shanghainese food. That's all of that, all the the Shaoxing wine sort of thing. All of that's great. I love, Cantonese. I love it all. Yeah.
So, but for Anissa, it's like more American, modern American food, right?
Yeah, which means that you can bring in influences from all over the world. Yeah. I mean, I brought in influences. Yeah. I mean, it was a personal cuisine. It wasn't anything classic, really. Although there were a lot of things were based on classic flavors or combinations.
And there's a foie gras dumpling. Is that one popular dish in Anissa?
My signature dish was a version of xiaolong bao.
Is it foie gras dumpling?
Yeah, it was with foie gras. So it had a soup. It was a foie gras soup dumpling. A little bit different, but sort of more French Asian. But yeah, so it was based on the xiaolong bao, which I love, and it had foie gras. It had a little bit of jicama for crunch, and it had sort of a red cooked broth with like star anise and cinnamon, and then instead of like a dipping sauce, it was more of a reduction of black vinegar and balsamic vinegar. So with a little ginger, yeah. But yeah, I could never take that off the menu.
This dish is from the dumpling bar. It's not from Anissa, right?
No, that's from Anissa. The dumpling bar was a fast casual, like, it was kind of like a fast food, only a little bit nicer restaurant. I was basically a consultant for them.
Can you talk more about what kind of people are in the culinary industry or like famous chef that actually inspire you?
Well, my partner is the chef at the Musket Room in New York City, and she's doing incredibly well. She's got a Michelin star as well. She was just longlisted for the James Beard Awards.
Wow.
And she just got an incredible review from the New York Times. We used to work together, but she's incredibly talented. Her name is Mary Atia. I would definitely suggest going there. I was, certainly influenced a lot by David Waltuck when I worked at Chanterelle. David and Karen were kind of like my restaurant parents. I based Anissa a little bit on my experience from Chanterelle. I learned a lot from Boulay as well. David Boulay, he was farm to table before anyone was farm to table. But yeah, I mean, there's, women that I've looked up to in the industry, Anne Rosenzweig, Martha Stewart, who else? Certainly my teachers in France as well.
So my understanding is that actually for the Asian part, or the Chinese part, you actually, maybe most inspiration is from your mom or your family, and your culinary experience about like what your past education and chefs influences more on the French side. Is that?
Yeah, completely actually. But I did grow up eating a lot of Chinese food. And we did travel extensively, so I bring in those flavors. So I'm not, a lot of people will come to me, American media will come to me just asking about Chinese cuisine. I'm like, well, I don't know, you know that you grew up eating those food. Yeah, I like it, but I don't have any classic training in it. My base is really French. But that being said, yes, I might know more than your average American, but there's certainly other people that know more about Chinese food than I do. And it's such a big country. There's so many different cuisines within China, and because I can't read Chinese, I don't speak Chinese, it's difficult for me to just follow recipes, because a lot of them, a lot of the ingredients are hard to distinguish what they want, really. Like, there's so many different bean pastes. Like, if you're just going to ask me for bean paste, like, or bean sauce, or like, which one, if you can't read the Chinese characters, you don't know, so, yeah.
But I think that's how you help communicate the message. If you really, because I think French or American or your background, you really know what people in this country love about it. And because sometimes when I talk with some Chinese restaurateurs from China, they wanted to bring the, it's so complicated to bring the authentic. They wanted to bring the authentic food, the food that they had in China, and they wanted to make people here to get understand about the food. I think it's hard, but
it can be. It depends on the market. It's going to be very difficult if you're doing that in, some small town in the Midwest, for sure. Unless there's a big Chinese population there. But like in New York City, people are all people, not all of them, but there are many, many people that are interested in new cuisines and new flavors. And so, yeah, and the bigger markets, I think it might be a little bit easier. But yeah, I mean, yeah, as someone who's Chinese American, it's, yeah, I completely understand that
I think you are the
that disconnect. Yeah. Sorry.
But I think you are the pioneer or the advocate to really combine those different cultures and to make people know about the new culture and new flavor.
Yeah. So I'm available for consulting if any of your companies are looking.
Definitely. I think I think you can definitely be a big help and big support from your past experience and your knowledge. Yeah, my next question is about the whole restaurant industry environment since the pandemic. Because on that event, we will have a lot of restaurateurs as attendees to listen to the guest speakers sharing about their insights and opinions. So what do you think of what are the trends you've seen since the pandemic about like different restaurant scale or different restaurant scenario or different eating habits? Like what do you think of the trends since the pandemic? It's a big one.
Yeah, it is a big one. I think I mean, I think there's clearly a bigger focus on delivery and takeout food, even in fine dining restaurants. Even takeout cocktails. Yeah, I think it's important that you have a presence online now more than ever. What else has changed? Yeah, outdoor dining is more important than it was before, obviously for health reasons. Yeah, and with all the new, I think a lot of people are tired of it and are not worrying about it anymore. But at the same time, there's still a lot of people that are, and we should be with all these new variants coming out. Yeah, so building outdoor spaces. Yeah, I think I think hiring is even harder than it was. Yeah, there's a clear labor shortage. The inflation is wreaking havoc on margins and costs and everything. It's a really difficult time to be in the restaurant industry.
Yeah, because actually you don't own your own restaurant. But
Thank God. Yeah.
But how about your partner? How about Musky Room?
They're doing okay. I think they're doing very well. I mean, because they've done, you know, I think that a lot of people are so I think right now in New York City, either you're doing really, really well or you're not doing well at all. And they're one of the fortunate ones. I mean, they've gotten so much press recently that they're very busy. You know, that being said, it's still not without its challenges. You know, I think, you know, a lot of like butter, the cost of butter has doubled. You know, labor costs have like, you know, have more than doubled in the past, what, you know, 8 years or something like that. It's just, yeah, I just don't, and what we can charge has not doubled. So that it's very problematic. Yeah.
But I think some, as you mentioned, if the restaurant is really good, they can still survive, and people still need those fine dining experiences.
Yeah, I mean, all different kinds of dining. So, yeah, I mean, you have to work harder now, for sure. But it's a labor of love, and you know, if you get into it, it's because you love it.
I think as a chef, I think you love to create. When you do every dish and you create something, but managing a business is totally different. You, besides being the chef, you have to, you know, manage people, manage the business, and manage the whole space. So that's
yeah, it was fun in the beginning, and then, you know, 17 years later, it's like I'm so tired. But
yeah, but you have been through all of this, and that's very comfortable. Yeah. So any advice that you want to give to those current restaurateurs, especially after the pandemic?
You know, knowledge is power. I think it's been difficult in the Chinese communities, and I think it's done now. But I think a lot of people didn't even know how to apply for the PPPs and all the government, all of the government help that was available in the beginning, and that's kind of awful. But yeah, I think it's important to try to network and try to learn as much as you can about, you know, what you can do in these times and what other people are doing, and hopefully, you know, everyone can come together as a community and find help. I don't really have, it's hard. You just take it day to day. Try not to go crazy. If there's nothing you can do about it, stop worrying, you know.
So what do you think of potential opportunities for those new restaurant owners or new entrepreneurs that want to enter the business?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of, in New York City, we've had a lot of companies open Chinese restaurants, especially in the East Village, and they're all doing really well, you know, as long as they're really good. But yeah, and they are all really amazing, or the ones that I've had at least. Yeah, I mean, I think there's you know, the Asian community is the fastest growing community here in the United States, and so the market and the need is only going to grow. So I think, you know, it's clearly a good time to come in. You know, I think there are big cultural differences that can make it hard. You know, and I do think that there's a clear, I don't know, I think there's a part of a section, you know, half of America have been taught to be Asiaphobic, you know, because of COVID and because of our unfortunate last administration. So, you know, I might avoid some of those communities. but there's still, I mean, this country is huge, and I think there is a lot of opportunity. I think if you wanted to make foods to go or frozen foods, I think all of that is all of the Asian food products are growing in need, and people.
好的，欢迎大家回来，我是 Jasmine。那我们的下半场呢是以中文为主。首先呢，我们有请到我们的吃货小分队的团队成员为大家带来 keynote 话题分享，引爆社交媒体最权威的北美2022饮食内容营销策略的拆解。那么接下来的时间我就交给小分队的 Amy、Cosmo 和滴滴。
Hello， 大家好，我是小分队的滴滴我也是我们团队比较 senior 的 BD 的这个成员，所以呢，今天下午下半场的部分，然后由我来跟大家分享一些当然一会儿还有 Amy 跟 Cosmo， 然后我们跟大家一起分享一些我们团队其实是做了很多调查，然后看到的一些关于北美的华人使用社交媒体习惯的一些这个分享的数据麻烦切到 PPT 第一页，谢谢其实可以切到下一页，谢谢。在我们这次呢，其实我们是准备了一个行业报告，然后我们整理了很多干货。然后既然大家来到盛典，我们就摘了一些大家都很有信息的这些数据来跟大家分享。我们这次在线上线下其实一共调查了700多名在北美生活的一些用户，然后这些真实的受访者呢给我们就是 drawing a picture， 然后有很多的消费习惯。然后受访者在这个报告里面也跟我们聊到，比如说他们自己喜欢用什么样的中英文的社交媒体平台呀，然后他们自己的一些用餐习惯啊，然后什么时候会给餐厅留下差评或者好评。相信呢这些都是一些商家，然后还有这些品牌都会比较关心的。然后大家也可以看到，就是 PPT 里面有说，就是大家去餐厅评价的时候呢，都比较习惯用 Google Map、Yelp、小红书，这些都是使用的比较多的一些 App。然后另外呢，可能跟大家想的不太一样的点，就是因为现在小红书上有很多的探店文是非常泛滥的。然后其实在调查中，大家会提到说，其实对小红书的信赖度是在下降，因为有一些受访者会觉得小红书上的一些中餐真的有点过度营销，然后看到了一些比较频繁的发一家店的话，大家就会觉得可能是在吹捧或者有点不可靠，所以这个可能是大家会比较感兴趣的一些点。然后我们的受访者还跟我们反馈，由于小红书的平台有一些这个受众的关系，然后大家会觉得小红书上推荐的西餐是更值得信赖的，有一些中餐和亚洲菜系，他们就会觉得要甄别，或者是特别看看这家店到底怎么样。尽管这么说呢，小红书还是对提高餐厅本身的知名度非常有效。很多人都会选择在小红书上刷餐厅，然后再去 Google Map 或者是 Yelp 上去看一下这个英文的评价，然后这样他们就会有一个这样选择的路径和过程。然后对于餐厅的评价其实也是很残酷，因为很多受访者都会表示说，其实如果只是正常的去用餐，他们自己也不经营一些账号的话，他们是不会给餐厅留下一个评价的。但是如果在餐厅遇到了一个很不好的体验，比如说菜难吃或者是服务不好，在这种情况下，他们会选择说在 Yelp、Google 然后去留一个差评。所以这个也是为什么很多中餐厅可能会遇到就是评价这个都是一些不太好的评价这个问题，因为这个就是一个消费者一个真实的表现。然后根据我们的调查问卷也可以说就是社交媒体平台大家还是比较偏向于使用微信、Instagram、抖音跟小红书，这个是大家最常用的4个软件。然后因为作为我们的读者很多都是美食爱好者，然后大家喜欢看其他的美食博主会选择小高姐、绵阳料理、王刚，这个是被提到频率比较多的。麻烦帮我翻页。 大家可以看到这个图表，这个也是我们在调查了700多人以后就得到的一个使用习惯吧。就是其实在这个数据里面来看，很多人还是，其实最多的还是会用微信公众号来获取这个美食的资讯，其次就是小红书，然后是微信朋友圈。然后60%的受访者其实每天都会看短视频，在这些受访者里面呢，就有1半多的人都是每天至少要刷1到2次的短视频平台，然后另外1半也要刷3次以上。所以其实短视频是一个肯定是不可抗拒的一个趋势吧。然后其实对于我们来说，就北美常用的中文平台，2022年我们肯定得提到的一个就是小红书。小红书作为一个，就是我们作为美食媒体，然后也会发现，就大家使用习惯上，很多人不管是搜索，还是去找餐厅，找一些周边的玩乐，就更倾向于说 ，OK， 那我们在小红书上看看有什么好玩的好吃的。然后其实早在2021年，就是在小红书平台美食类的文章这个数量已经是占到了第1位。然后这个2021年的一整年，小红书美食行业的种草笔记也是超过了975万，然后互动量呢就高达18亿以上。然后这边也有很多其他数据，我就不一一给大家就是阅读，大家可以看一下。然后其实值得注意的就是小红书的行业有商业比例这个占比，还是很高的，有5.31都是美食类，然后转化和这个广告投放的性价比都很高。然后呢，我们还有一些没有写在上面的数据，就是我们根据小红书海外负责人的一些分享，小红书在北美就是仅在加拿大一个国家注册的用户就已经超过了40万，然后美国注册他没有给一个实际的数量，但是肯定是加拿大的好几倍。所以我们也注意到，就是说很多餐厅的老板现在已经更偏向于说 OK， 那我有一个什么新的活动，然后或者我要餐厅开业，我希望说去找一些小红书博主。然后这个尤其是在一些人口比较密集的城市，因为在这些地区小红书的用户跟博主也会相对来说比较多，比如说纽约、洛杉矶、温哥华、多伦多这几个地区都是非常非常多人。然后根据这个海外这个负责人的介绍，小红书在小红书上发布的笔记其实是有几个流量的时期，比如说在3天之后，就是这个笔记发了3天之后，这个笔记的流量大家都会看到有一个衰退的迹象，然后在7天之后就这个流量基本上就死亡。就是所以很多人就是说作为一个广告推广，老板肯定会想说，我什么时机找这些博主最合适呢？然后找什么样的博主最合适呢？其实这些我们一会儿也会让我们的 co-founder Cosmo 来具体介绍一下。然后其实我们这边也有一些经验可以跟大家分享，就是与其说老板们随便去找一些博主，然后发很多很多私信，然后找到很多路人博主来帮你发一些文章，然后这个可能不是一个最好的方式吧，至少对于一个餐厅的一个长期的影响来说，因为你可能找到了一些博主，但他并不能给你写到一些你真正的特色，比如说可能你的餐厅是很正宗，或者是只是一个街边小店，它只是便宜大碗，但是你找到的这种素人博主，他可能只会说哦，这是一个LA 地区的天花板，然后就是真的很好吃，就是它的非常贫瘠的这个形容，可能并不是对餐厅最好的一个展示。所以我们会在后面提到更多真实的案例，是会帮到大家，就是说找什么样的博主。没关系，可以下一页。然后就是小红书这边就是说完了以后，就是微信也是一个非常重要的，因为刚才也提到，其实就算这个页面上展示了很多 data 都是说 OK 微信在衰退，然后可能有一些文章的阅读量不如以前了，流量也不如以前了，但是
开多久啊？
但是非常真实的一个情况就是小红书，这个微信其实还是在我们就是小分队这边是一个最受欢迎的一个平台，大家还是会比较倾向于 去投微信，就是这个也是有很多的原因的，我也来解释一下。微信为什么有这个不可替代的这个地位在？举个例子，我们有很多的电商的客户，他们可能投放了各种各样的广告，不管短视频平台啊或者小红书，但是这些平台都流量很不错，但是一提到说 OK 我要让我的客户点进我的网站去购买一些东西，这些平台就变得就是有一些薄弱，因为这些平台都有很严格的这个外链或者是二维码的政策，就很难说我们去插入一个真正的网站或者是二维码到这个文章或者是视频里面。所以呢，作为一个商家，或者是你希望 OK 客户来下载我的 APP， 然后我希望客户来我这个网上的平台来下单，那在这种时候，就是微信还是一个比较更好操作的一个平台。不管说你要插入一个二维码，或者是我想把我的网站写上，让大家更方便的能 copy paste 到浏览器里面，这个都是一个更好的、更直接的平台。然后可以看一下下一页。我这边放了一个案例，其实这个客户是一个在网上租车买车的这么一个电商的客户，然后我们给他写了多地的文章，我只是放了一个西雅图的例子，然后他在发了第一篇西雅图的微信文章，他就给我做了一个反馈，就是说他的效果，然后因为也是当时我就是因为转化的原因，我给他推荐让他先买微信公众号的文章，然后在这个部分他就是跟我们反馈，就是说不管是我们真实的就是客户去阅读这个文章，然后真正转化到他网站，就是大家说哦这个文章还蛮好的，对我蛮有用的，那我去这个网站看看吧。这一部分人是550个人，然后到客户来跟我反馈，就是说真的有很多人来下单，就是说真的有很多人不光是点击网站了，也跟我们真实的咨询了，然后跟我们询价了，然后这个转换也是非常可观的。所以呢，就把这个例子放出来给大家。其实，如果你是一个商家，然后你真的是有很强的转化的需求的话，其实还是微信还是一个很好的投放平台。然后我放另外一个例子是，就是大华超市的一个 APP 的下载，因为这个也是同样的道理，就是我们文章写再好，然后流量再大，比如说我们到了10万加，但是如果没有人真的点进去说我要在这个网站里面下载，或者是点进去说我真的要购物，那这个整个的这个广告流量就变得比较薄弱了。就大家还是最后还是要看真正有多少人真的能过来购物，才是很多商家的一个投放广告的一个这个需求嘛。然后我要说的基本上就是这样。可以到下一页。然后也可以来说一下抖音，因为之前也就是提到过，抖音也是一个现在是巨大的趋势。抖音是这边华人很喜欢看的短视频平台，因为相对于 TikTok 的英文内容，抖音肯定是大家更喜欢去设计一些这个比较喜欢看的段子啊，然后你花很多时间在的一个 APP。但是就是抖音在北美的一个问题就是抖音没有办法做很多的直播，因为有一些限制，就是你需要是一个很头部的这种博主，可能到了1000万以上，你才能单独去开一个海外的白名单，我可以去直播带货。因为直播带货其实是抖音的比较成熟的一个商业模式，就是可能小红书上还会有一些博主说我是去探店，然后我就能赚一些广告费，但是抖音的话，现在大部分的这种收入都是来自于直播带货，所以它是一个完全不一样的生态。然后所以就是抖音这一块的数据就更倾向于都是在直播带货这一块。然后抖音官方是非常鼓励这个探店视频的，因为他们相信就是线上线下的结合，就是能牢牢的抓住这个消费者，然后加速消费者这种从种草到消费的闭环。所以说这个是抖音的一个比较好的地方。然后这边就是我这次要分享主要关于 data 这一块的一些信息。然后下面呢就有 Cosmo 然后来给我们介绍更多的案例。
Hello， 那个感谢滴滴的分享啊，但是就是因为其实跟大家能够这样 面对面交流啊，虽然我看不见你们，但是我觉得是一个面对面的交流，还挺不容易。我还想多跟大家聊几句。在我分享之前，在我讲这个案例之前，我想跟大家就是先说一说我最近在关注的一些国内的餐饮的趋势，因为我觉得这个对我们在北美做餐饮其实是很重要的一部分啊。因为我们前面是讲了很多就是美国的北美的趋势，我也想跟大家分享一下国内的这个趋势。那前几年大家都知道，其实大家都在做这种单品升级。那比如说像泰尔酸菜鱼就只卖酸菜鱼啊，火锅也做的特别细分，比如说什么串串呀，然后或者是卤味火锅呀。那其实这种经营策略是比较符合定位理论的，就是企业要把这种产品聚集在某一个细分的这种品类上面，然后去这种叫什么击穿消费者的心智，所谓这个单品即品牌啊。包括也有调查，这个数据显示，同样的菜品，40%的消费者会认为单品类的餐厅它的出品会更加的专业。那我前2天在关注的一个就是一个火锅品牌啊，它是做社区火锅，它叫牛爽爽，它刚刚完成了这个天使轮的融资，大概融资也差不多这个1000万人民币。那其实整个国内的火锅赛道是非常的激烈啊，大家知道，就是然后包括投资者他选中的这种标的也是非常非常的谨慎。那为什么在今年上半年就是在外界看起来非常火的赛道，比如食品餐饮啊、智能芯片啊、智能硬件这些，其实它都只能排到这个投资的第2梯队。那今年上半年在这种第2梯队里面也只有100多起融资。那为什么牛爽爽能够得到这个资本的青睐？我觉得它的经营方式很有特色。一般的连锁火锅店其实它都会选择在 mall 呀，在商业街开，但是牛爽爽是把它开进了社区里，它做社区客流的生意。而且它不是说只经营火锅，它同时会去做外卖的熟食，还会去卖那种现卤的牛肉、鸡爪、素菜。它等于在店里面画了一个大概5平方米左右的一个这种熟食的铺子吧。它其实就是做这种社区的生意。为什么给大家分享这个案例？因为其实大家都知道，做餐厅的都知道有一个通用公式，就是大家的营业额是等于流量乘以转化率乘以客单价的。也就是说，你们的店想要提高单店的这种营业额，其实必须要从流量、转化率或者是客单价这3个点去下功夫。那现在其实国内有很多的这种所谓的社区餐饮店，我觉得这种模式不仅做他们做熟食外带，还做这种全时段的经营，比如说早上做小笼包啊，什么晚上做烤串啊，然后做外带啊，然后各种小吃，就是包括我前2天刷这个小红书还有抖音，就发现上海的这个咖啡早餐店还卖一些什么煎饼果子啊，就等等，它从早餐到宵夜全都给你包圆了。那其实我觉得是比较有借鉴意义的，因为美国的人流其实没有那么大，然后客群其实也是相对来说是比较稳定单一的。那从单品类拓展到多品类，收获更高的营业额，我觉得是值得大家去思考的。那么做餐厅，我们可以从品类出发，把一件东西卖给更多的人，也可以从人群出发，把这群特定的人给他们提供更多的东西，让他们去复购。好，然后我讲回我今天的这个这部分啊，就是我们 C Studio 其实真的是一直有在考虑麻烦回到上一页，不好意思，有一直是在帮助大家去这个触达这个全渠道的流量。那不管是刚刚滴滴我给大家分享的一些数据，都是为了把这些渠道的这些大家的用户习惯给摸透。那我们怎么去做营销这一部分是我们比较擅长的。好，麻烦下一页。那所以我们自己本身来说，这个 C Studio 这一部分呢，就是我们其实是会帮大家去找到合适的这种所谓的这种博主，然后也是这一部分因为是非常重要的啊。然后另外一部分呢，也是就是要去这个最大化内容的这个影响力，然后要去定这种内容的方向。包括要去匹配合适的博主，因为有一些我后面的案例会讲到，并不是说博主的粉丝量越高越大，然后他就能够得到最好的效果。对，这里我不说，因为时间有限，我快速进入到案例的环节。对，我先来给大家分享，这一个是 LA 的一个 local 的一个面包店的一个案例啊。它首先是一个非常老牌的蛋糕店，开了很多年了。那它是第一次尝试这种小红书上面还有 ins 上面的博主的内容推广。他自己作为这个餐厅来说，他的预算非常的低，可能就几百块钱这样子。那他当时希望 他不知道要怎么做，所以他找到我们。那我当时给他们的建议就是做 ins 和小红书2个平台，同时覆盖中英文的消费群体。因为像蛋糕这样的品类，其实在 ins 上面也还是算是不错的。所以因为它的这个预算不是很高，我们就选择了粉丝量比较少的，差不多就是500左右的这样子的博主。但是这些博主的图文质量是非常高的。那我们找到了他们，最后我们达成的效果就是以一个非常低的粉丝量撬动了很高的互动量。那不是说客户一定要在高预算的情况下才能做得好啊，就是在一些它比较低的预算情况下，我们也获得了一个比较好的内容影响力。那我直接讲，我们当时做完以后，它有一个单品的销量是直接翻了1倍。对，因为就是我没有办法就是给大家讲特别具体的这个，然后大家可以看一些这个数据啊，就是我们在 ins 上面去发的时候，其实下面有很多外国人也会再去问要去哪里买啊什么的，所以我觉得是一个也算是一个比较成功的案例。他当时找到我们，其实是因为我们当时在小红书上，我们自己的这个小红书运营的人，他发了一个这个他们家的一个面包的一个单品，然后当时就卖爆了，然后卖爆了以后呢，他就问这些年轻人，哎，你们从哪里看到？然后他们就说，哦，是吃货小分队的这个小红书的账号，所以我们过来了。所以在这个上面的转化率还是蛮高的。好，然后麻烦到下一页。然后第二个案例呢，它是一个因为我这3个案例是不同的商家，因为这样子的话会比较清楚一点。第二个案例呢是赖声川导演的歌剧《红楼梦》，这个是比较特殊，因为疫情后就是他们是旧金山的歌剧院希望大家能够重新回到歌剧院去看。那它除了推广这个艺术和科普，还有一个商业推广的这个需求哈。所以我们当时在做的时候，我们希望能够稍微有一定规模的去邀请博主，所以我们大概超过20个博主去邀请，然后年龄的覆盖也是比较大的，从这个学生党一直到工作的人，然后职业领域也是去包含了这种艺术类的工作者。当时我们在做的时候是专门策划了博主小红书发文的方向，主要是以观后感为主，然后结合演出的信息、票价还有观看注意的事项，然后进行了这样的介绍，并且我们当时是给了博主争取到了一个给他的粉丝大概有一个7折的 promo code， 一个这样的给粉丝带来优惠的这样的一个票价哈。那最后我们达成的效果就是全面的这种内容吸引了非常多的网友的自发的讨论。如果你们现在去搜这个，在小红书上搜，还是能搜到很多人都在发这个内容。它增加了博主还有粉丝的这种互动性，并且为这个歌剧演出也带来了这个一定的讨论热度。也转化了这个比较可观的这个售票的转化啊，就是这一部分，这一部分也是比较重要的，对，所以。这个客户呢是一个求职类的国内的一个求职的平台，一个蛮有名的。那他自己的这个客户的情况是预算比较充足，但是当时时间非常非常的紧张，大概只给了我们不到5天的时间。那他当时是希望找到跟品牌调性一致的知识性的博主去为这个品牌背书，因为他要去一个线下的活动参加，所以我们当时在不到5天的时间，大概匹配了差不多是20位这个有留学背景的知识分享型。那我们找了几类有知识分享型、有个人成长型，还有教育领域的这种人气博主，都是跟这个大的比较搭的。那整个博主的粉丝量全部加起来是超过50万。我们是整个帮内容上面去做了几个定调，然后提供了几个模板给博主去参考。然后我们到了现场也提供了这个现场的执行，包括有摄影等等这些。博主会到现场来参与现场的互动，然后结合了这个线上的这个发文的分享。那最后也是线上和线下都引发了很多有效的互动，然后也积极的提升了这个品牌在留学生中的这个知名度与好感度，也是为这个中国的本土品牌拓展海外市场打开了这个比较好的局面。就是综上几个数据来看呢，其实会有一个很有意思的数据，就是我刚刚在给大家的几个案例里面，你们会发现其实并不是粉丝量越大的博主它的数据就越好，包括点赞、收藏、评论的数据就最高，然后有效的互动率就是大家想象中的最好。我举个案例，就是以这个案例为 为这个案例吧，就是第一个博主大概有30万的粉丝，然后他的这个，因为我们只是说这个就是1周后的数据啊，现在的数据已经不是这样子了。1周后的数据，他的数据还不如一个粉丝量2000的一个博主发来的这个总互动量的数据，就是有时候其实是那种比较小的博主，他没有很多的粉丝，但是如果他的帖子一旦爆了，他会有非常好的转换率啊。这个跟它的内容是非常有关系的。那我们自己来说，其实我们就是在努力的促成这件事情，因为我们自己本身了解用户，了解博主生态，也会从内容的角度给博主一些建议，甚至给到具体的参考模板。更重要的是，我们其实是根据每个商家的情况出发，去给到最优的解决方案。在这个里面，你们会看到，因为是不同的商家，我们会给出不同的解决方案，并不是说每一个商家他都需要很大的博主，或者是需要很大量。有一些商家他会需要到，比如说一些小的博主，但是他需要非常多。然后以及博主不是要去像刚刚就是我也有看到，就是在这个评论区大家都会在说啊，就是这个小红书上大家都在无脑吹，对，所以我们其实在帮助一些商家去邀请 KOC。去探店的时候，我们会希望他们去做更中正和更中立的评价。这样子的话，其实我们更多的是希望给商家带来曝光和引流，而不是要去造成更多的反感。其实这样是不好的。对，这个后面的时间还有限，因为 Amy 那边还有很多东西要去给大家分享，所以我就把时间交给 Amy， 她那边有非常重要的东西给大家分享。
好，谢谢 Cosmo。那个。对，就是其实弟弟跟 Cosmo 也是非常的细节的去讲到我们这个日常，包括我们作为在北美比较大的这个中文社交媒体平台，我们每天在怎么样去帮助这些这个不管是餐饮也好，还是品牌也好，我们做的事情，然后我们发现的一些 insights。那在这个过去的这个我们在做这件事情的过程里面，其实就是我们其实发现有很大的一个出圈需求然后以及我们也是有发现这个巨大的潜力。什么意思呢？就是中餐的在北美的这个市场其实还在一个非常蓝海的阶段，可以这么说。那像之前一代的餐饮人或者说这个老板们，就比较多的可能只是去做中国人的生意，或者只是一个社区的生意，但是越来越多的现在有这个很大的潜力，是可以让更多的不管是主流市场也好，还是一个更大的市场也好去喜爱。那在这点来讲，我们在这个就是我今天就是接着 Cosmo 的这个话头我也想说去给大家分享一些，就是说因为我们做了一些分析就是说整个的 mainstream 这个英文的 social media 什么是最受欢迎的，然后美国市场到底喜欢什么，然后以及是什么样的事情或者品牌是会被这个美国媒体去报道去传播的。然后首先就是说这个分享一些这个比较多的这个餐饮，其实这个部分更多的是数字化的一个数据哈，尤其是在疫情之后有非常大的这个餐饮老板意识到，就是说绝对要拥抱数字化，拥抱线上，以及就是说这个 online ordering delivery 采用各种方法，不管是扫码点餐，还是我们嘉宾会来分享，就是怎么样去通过这个 SaaS 的软件去做这个降本增效。所以这个线上化、数字化是一个不可逆的一个大趋势。然后通过这个开启这个点单或者订单服务的餐厅，订单量的涨幅会达到2到10倍。我前面还有一句没说完。对，这个第3句就是刚好我引到，就是说下面就是我为什么要去讲社交媒体，因为在美国有主流媒体，比如说我们非常熟悉的《纽约时报》、《洛杉矶时报》，然后还有包括Wall Street Journal。那么这群年轻人，以及就是说吃货小分队最擅长的做的这个部分，就是极大的这些年轻人是会通过 social media 上面的热贴或者是 online review 去选择他们去哪儿吃饭。对，所以呢，接下来我就会去跟大家去分享一下不同的 social media 的一些情况。这里是4个比较 美国这边比较主流的这个 social media 的平台哈，Facebook， 然后 Instagram、TikTok、YouTube， 我们来做一个简单的对比。首先就是 Facebook 一定是一个算是时间最久，然后虽然说现在就是这个期间很多人有在唱衰 Facebook， 但是它仍然是全球最大的社交平台，它的这个月活用户达到了28.9亿，然后它上面的这个餐厅入驻数量有65万，所以就是说在这么长的时间里面，就是大家已经会习惯说用 Facebook 作为一个非常非常普遍的典型的一个去跟用户去做互动和交流的平台。然后它因为时间久，所以它的这个好处是它的广告接受度很高。那么为什么这么说呢？就是我们再去类比 Instagram， 其实 Instagram 很像我们中文平台的小红书，它其实也是一个年轻人非常非常爱看的一个平台，但是它在这个就是广告的一个输出上面，就像小红书一样，就小红书相对来讲，它会比较的希望说去有这个所谓的素人种草，但是就是如果去发太广告的内容，就会引起这个读者的反感，所以 Instagram 和 Facebook 其实相对来讲就是也是有这么一层关系在。那我们再来说 TikTok， 我先下个结论，就 TikTok 一定是这个就是在座的，不管是你们想做营销、做餐饮，必须要去这个攻下的山头，就是它应该现在算是一个就是增长非常非常快的一个平台。对，那么它的月活用户现在来讲，就是当然肯定还不如 Facebook， 但是就是它的这个增长的这个量以及它的这个广告的这个营收的增长属于现在社交媒体平台就是最火热的一个渠道。然后包括像吃货现在的话，我们的媒体渠道也包括了 TikTok， 也包括了 YouTube， 然后我们也做到了这个 TikTok 几个100万粉丝量的几个账号，所以就是说我们现在在这个英文平台上面，我们其实也是在希望能够说去变成这个桥梁，然后能够去发出更多的身影在这些主流平台上去看到。那 YouTube 来讲，就是说它的这个内容的深度和读者的粘性是 YouTube 的最大优势。因为 TikTok 现在来说，其实它的转化是很低的。对，就是它的转化低是基于它的视频都是偏向于短视频，以及在质量上面是不够能够去呈现出这个品牌的特色和特别有意思的价值。就是在 TikTok 上火的视频都是比较偏趣味性的、搞笑性的就相对来讲，就是我们是很难说去在这个 TikTok 上面去把这个我们真的一些比较好的精良的内容去用 TikTok 呈现，但是 YouTube 上面其实相对来讲，从2分钟到1小时的视频都有人会爱看，都有他的这个粉丝，所以就是在这4个平台的选择来说各有优劣。相对于来讲，我认为更多的其实也是基于大家的预算，因为相对来讲视频拍摄的成本一定是高过于做简单的图文的，比如说像 Facebook、Instagram 对，然后这个部分在有更多的就是这2页的部分，就包括我今天大概讲的部分都是会包括在我们的这个行业报告里面。那我们今年的行业报告
Amy 可能就是你要加速一下，主要讲一下主理人的部分，我们的时间有点紧张。对不起，怪我讲太多了。
没有，那就刚好就是给我们自己打一个小广告，就是我前面发所有的内容都是可以在我们的行业报告里面看到的，而且会有更加详细的版本，包括所有的案例和数据。我们看了上千个账号，以及我们研究了我们自己吃货的中文社交媒体的爆款内容，然后包括这些社交媒体平台的调研，我们这个就是这个我们今年这个行业报告里面都是会 cover 的。好。那我就直接就是 move on 到最后一个 part， 最后一个 part 稍微就说点情怀的东西哈。那个，我也想跟大家有个小互动，就是说，就是我们差不多我们调研了过去2年，就是说在美国媒体上有100多篇中餐厅的介绍文章，或者是可能中华美食的一些介绍性的文章，然后我们把就是说。这个报道角度去做了标签化的分析，然后有这么几个标签哈，就是一个标签是这个口味，然后第2个标签是性价比，第3个标签是招牌菜，第4个标签是这个主理人故事。然后Cosmo 你看你这个泄密了 然后第5个标签是这个环境，对，或者服务。然后想大家来 type 一下，你们在 chat room 里面或者在咱们的微信群或者 anywhere 咱们那个视频号 type 一下，你们觉得就是最多被报道的是什么标签？就是这个你们比如选招牌菜呢，还是选这个口味呢，还是选性价比呢，还是选这个主理人故事呢，还是对还有设计，有人说是设计。其实这个回答呢没有什么太大悬念，就是 Cosmo 前面是虚晃一枪，最会报道的是招牌菜，但是招牌菜和口味是不一样的，就是相对来讲，就是大家对于招牌菜的这个记忆度是最快的，所以就是说，从这个菜品研发、菜单设计上，就是说我相信其实我们中餐是有很大的创新领域的，包括比如说就是这个tofu以及 vegan 素食，然后包括中式融合菜都是大家报道的热点。那口味这件事情其实是一个非常大的一个概念，就是这部分其实美国人很严谨，啥意思呢？就是它会拆分为口感和味道。就比如说口感，它有脆的，有嚼劲的硬的软的，然后味道，比如说它有这个酸甜苦辣咸，那它酸是梅子的酸还是柠檬的酸，都是会区分出来的，所以就这个口味就比较难报道。然后他们是会非常的去揪这些细节的，所以口味不是最重要的。前面一页我这一页我还没有那个就是前面一页不好意思，对，然后这个在 callback 前面 Cosmo 提到了为什么我要马上去讲到这个部分，就美国人除了口味和招牌菜，他第3个最爱看的就是讲到背后的人，对，就是背后的人。那我就快速说就是说现在比如说我们会讲到很多食品趋势，比如说这个减少食品浪费然后 plant based 就是其实我们中国人好像会很喜欢说这个就是这个味道好不好，但是其实美国消费者真的不是一样，就是美国消费者会很 care 你的价值观的，很 care 说你这个主理人很环保，你在关心这个世界的未来，他们会为你的这个环保理念和社会责任感买单的所以就是说一句话总结，就是美国市场是会在乎谁在做这件事情，怎么做这件事情，你们为什么做这件事情，你们做这些事情，你们做这些餐厅开这些餐厅背后的意义是什么，然后我是否认可这个价值观，他们注重这个过程而不仅仅是这个结果，口味只是一种结果。对，那下一页3点建议我就说完，我就这个 wrap up 了就是我这里就是给到3点建议，给到我们的这个餐饮人和这个咱们的观众朋友。首先第1点就是我希望我们这些餐厅老板们，然后餐饮业主走到台前，就是我们就是打过那么多交道，就是很多老板都是实业家，就是你们就是在后厨，然后这个都喜欢在幕后，然后但是我们在跟很多人交流，就真的是很被你们的这个情怀是打动的就是你们这个心血，你们背后付出的努力，你们希望可以说你们家乡的一个味道让漂洋过海，让更多人看到你们这个是非常有感染力的故事的，所以这是我提的第1点建议。第2点建议，我希望你们深度的去挖掘你们的品牌故事是什么。那品牌故事包括什么东西？就是首先你们每个食材的选取，菜单的设计都是可以去体现你们这个匠心的精神的，包括你们自己创业移民的经历你们不要怕现在的亚裔歧视，就是这个种族歧视其实是一直存在的，就是我们其实完全可以多利用好现在这个 Stop Asian Hate 这个浪潮，我们去讲好自己的故事。然后第3点，最后一点就是你们去找到你们自己品牌的这个差异化和定位。那这个差异化啥意思呢？就是啥是你们自己最独一无二、抄也抄不走的东西。因为菜是可以抄的，就是菜是最容易抄的，但是背后的人是谁？你这个人是独一无二的，你们自己做事的初心，你们做这件事情的 story， 这个过程经历了哪些，这个就是独一无二、抄也抄不走的东西。然后这些事情才是文化和价值观的东西。那然后好，我说完了，就是这个有没有超时对，那个我最后还是想说，这个部分也是放在我们的行业报告里面的。对，好的，谢谢主持人。
好的，谢谢艾米。那么刚才，我们吃货小分队呢匠心打造产出的这个餐饮行业报告的购买的链接啊，请我们的观众朋友们留意，我们的对话框里头，我们的工作人员呢会分享2个链接，分别是美元和人民币的购买链接，请大家留意，好吧？
对，然后那个。因为大家有讲，就是报告里面是不是有 food products 的调研，就是都是有的，就是大家可以去里面看，就是我们只是讲了一部分，总共是3份报告，对，所以大家可以去Eventbrite 上面买，或者是我们的小卖部的2维码，然后对，大家有就是需要加我微信的，就是我在下页有我的企业微信，然后如果需要跟我交流的，我也私信了我的个人微信给你们，对，
好的，谢谢 Cosmo。那么我们下一个话题也是非常有意思啊，降本增效，不管是哪一个行业，我觉得降本增效都是一个永远的热门话题，那也是很多企业可持续发展的一个非常重要的因素之一。这个环节呢，我们请到了2位 speaker，一位是 Rushable 的联合创始人兼 CEO， 前 Panda Express 的区域负责人Ryan 刘，以及Rushable 的南加州区域经理迪丽达尔。他们将为我们揭秘北美餐厅降本增效的核心要素。有请 Ryan 和迪丽达尔。
Hello， 大家好。
Hello Ryan， 你好。
大家好，大家好，久等。我是 Rushable 的 Ryan。那今天呢，就是为大家准备了一个 presentation， 主要讲2样东西吧。我觉得第一个先简单介绍一下 Rushable， 我们是为餐厅打造私域流量，提供零抽成的第一方点餐以及自动化邮件和短信的营销。我们呢其实算比较年轻，只有2年在这个创业以来，那2年里面也是比较幸运的拿了2轮融资，总计250万美金。较去年增长的话呢，也接近600%，所以增长上都非常的不错。那今天呢，我们就是通过这2年运营以来得到的许多数据呢，给大家提供一些行业内的一些数据分析。这是我所会present 的第一个 session。那迪丽达尔的我们南加州的负责人呢，会为大家再简单介绍一下 Rushable 能够怎么样帮大家做好这个餐饮。那我觉得我在开始之前可能先理清一个概念，就是什么是第一方点餐呢？刚才好像也有提到 direct ordering 跟 first party ordering， 然后包括上午的鼎泰丰的 session 也提到了 first channel， 所以其实这些的词都是讲一个意思，就是客人是如何直接能够跟餐厅点餐，而不是通过一个第三方的平台或者中间的一个平台。那这就是一个第一方点餐。第一方点餐的特色就是它是没有抽成的，并且大概率所有的菜单上的价钱都是跟店内保持一样的价钱。所以这也引入到了我们的第一个 slide。其实做市场调研下来，有63%的客人呢，他是比较 prefer to order with the restaurant directly。那其中有19%的话呢，他是没有任何的 preference。那其实只有18%的客人，他是比较倾向于说我在 DoorDash 或者 Uber Eats 这样子的第三方平台上点餐的。那我们经常在我们的销售 team 经常在做销售的时候，还没有到第2个 slide 哈。我们的销售经常在做这个 presentation 的时候，经常很多餐厅老板会混淆一个概念，那是不是说非我即他，是不是我选了第一方点餐我就不要有第三方点餐？我觉得其实这个是不存在的，就是反而这2种方式是一个并存的状态。因为你看，你有19%的客人可以从第三方转化成你的 direct customer， 但是还有18%是永远会待在第三方平台上面的。所以我觉得2个平台都是要去做，都是要去保留。那尽量的把第三方平台呢作为一个 marketing 的一个 resource， 给你带来很多的新的客人。那用自己的这个点餐系统呢把他们给保留住，或者说尽可能多的去 convert 一些这样子的客人变成你的 direct customer。然后我们来看第二个 slide。那很多人就会有疑问说，那我这个第一方点餐我怎么去 promote 呢？我会不会有流量？那其实给大家分享一个小故事，就是我们上线的第一个餐厅是周4上线的，然后没有做任何的营销的情况下，他们第1天就拿到了超过10个订单。其实我们也很惊奇，那个时候他们餐厅的老板也非常非常的惊奇。那我觉得这一大的原因是因为在海外，特别是在像北美，很多人的生活习惯是他都会去用 Google， 都会去用手机，所以它不像中国被微信啊或者是美团啊这些都垄断掉，它始终会保持一个 browser 在使用。那很多时候搜索附近的餐厅，不管去 Yelp 也好，去 Facebook 也好，去 Google 搜索也好，最终 最终都会点一下餐厅的这个网站。所以这张图就是为了告诉大家，其实我们所有的这些2年以来得到的数据，其中有48%的那个订单全部都是来源于直接的网站访问，也就是说他直接就输入了餐厅的网址，或者说之前有访问过，他直接输入完之后就直接就访问了。那另外38%呢是来自于谷歌的搜索，甚至包括一些谷歌商家的一些直接点击，剩下来的 Yelp、Facebook 所有的其他的 channel 加起来占到了12.7%。下一个 slide。那这边呢，我们把客人引流到了这个自己的网站上或者 App 上去点餐之后呢，那什么是可以更加多的带来这个营销的？我们在这边发现一个很有意思的现象，就是一个菜单上有多少图片，图片的多少可能决定了说，这个生意的好坏。那你看我们的柱状图，左边是我们所有的餐厅，我们大概有600到700家餐厅，所有的餐厅它的图片覆盖率呢是平均达到了21.95%，而我们的前20家餐厅就是revenue 最高的前20家餐厅 online ordering 方面，它的图片覆盖率呢达到了41%，所以说几乎是2倍，所以我觉得这个可能很能体现一些问题。那其实现在很多时候，餐厅去找人去拍一些照片，网上都有很多非常非常容易去 book 的一些photographer，基本上价钱都在200到400-500之间，所以我觉得还是很有必要的。下一个 slide。那这边呢是像 Rushable 这种第一方的点餐系统，其实它肯定是有个 cost 在那边。那市面上呢有非常非常多别的 solution。其实很多时候其实无非就是2种，就是这个 cost 到底谁来付，是餐厅来付还是由客人去支付。那由客人去支付，比方说像一个 convenience fee per order， 这就是客人去付。那餐厅的话呢，可能是一个fixed monthly fee， 或者说是一个 percentage， 什么各种各样的收费方式都有。那我们通过调查我们的所有的客人里面发现呢，平均而言，所有的餐厅愿意让餐厅去承担这笔费用的呢，占到了12.3%。但是我们前20家餐厅，前20家那个 high revenue 的餐厅，它其实有40%，也就是那个8家愿意去为客人承担这笔费用，就是他不想让客人去支付任何的费用。所以这个是不是有一定的代表性，我不知道，但是我觉得它可能会说明很多运营背后的道理吧。好，下一个。那这边呢是我们研究了我们所有的数据，发现我们的客单价很有意思啊，就是每一种 cuisine 它都有一个它的客单价的一个平均值。那我们最常看到的中餐 Chinese 在中部达到了47.2块2毛2，那日餐呢也是大家印象里面的会比较高一些的，达到了53.3块3毛3。那还有一些像 Asian Fusion 这种达到了43.1块1毛3。那我们可以看到前3名哈都不是我们这些中餐日餐，也不是 Asian Fusion， 前3名反而是非洲餐 other Asians， 比方说像我们没有做特别记录的像马来西亚之类的，然后中东餐也是比较高。所以是不是物以稀为贵，然后餐厅老板去开餐厅的时候要不要考虑一些不太那个 common 的一些 cuisine type， 可能会对 check average 会有所帮助。好，下一个。好，基本上呢所有的数据都是这样子了。那我这边主要是想表示一下，我们前面拿到的很多数据呢，在我们平台上，在我们这个签约的餐厅里面，有38%是由中餐、日餐跟 Asian Fusion 组成的，另外有62%呢是别的 cuisine。所以我觉得我们的数据还是相当的有代表性的，能够是非常 diverse 的我们的客户群体。所以这些数据如果大家有任何问题的话，我们可以到最后一起询问，我们可以一起回答。下面我们可以把这个交给丢导来简单介绍一下 Rushable 能够怎么帮到大家。
好，大家好，可以听到我的声音吗？可以 ，OK，All right，我先把这个打开，哎，可以吧 ？All right。好，如果我听不到的声音，可以在 chat box 里告诉我。我叫迪丽达尔，今天很高兴和吃货盛典的各位餐饮界人士交流。那么刚刚 Ryan 和大家介绍了一些餐饮市场的趋势和走向，我这边想和大家探讨像 Rushable 这样的 direct online ordering technology 可以具体如何帮助到餐厅去优化这个线上点餐的系统，加大盈利能力。 那我今天也会中英文结合，希望大家谅解。OK， 我们可以到下一章了。好 ，Direct Online Ordering Technology，其实和 Delivery Platform 是非常不一样的，是一个直接第一方点餐的方式。那我们可以来讲一下它的运作原理和主要解决的方式。那从这张图中我们可以看到，餐厅在没有属于自己的点餐页面和自己的点餐技术的情况下，那些来自谷歌网上的有机客户呢，只能被导向第三方平台去下单。那餐厅又会从这些订单中被抽取高达30%的抽成，失去了这一部分本可以留住的收益。那另一方面呢，也失去了可以获得餐厅属于自己客户数据的一个机会。那我们可以到下一页。那Direct Online Ordering Technology 就是解决这一问题，搭建餐厅和 Direct Customers 来自网上这些有机客户群的一个桥梁。那有了，比如说像有了 Rushable 这样的零抽成在线点餐网站之后，客人就可以在来到这个网站上的餐厅页面去点餐，然后来到菜单页面去下 Pick Up Delivery 都可以。这样一来呢，客人就可以把所有自己的餐厅可以把自己的客人留住100%的收益。同时餐厅也可以继续使用第三方平台，持续的享受平台带来的额外的订单。那 Ryan 也有提到过，我们这个来自谷歌引擎的 Direct Customer 的潜力和在美国市场的这个重要性，所以大一部分的客人呢也都是来自 Google Search 网站上本身的流量。那这些就是 Rushable 主要负责转化的一个客流到订单的一个过程。那这过程当中还可以值得一提的一点，一些既是平台用户又是客人自己忠实的消费，餐厅自己忠实的消费者的这些客户群呢，有可能也会偶尔来到餐厅自己的网站上去点餐，然后通过点餐过程中发现也可以省下客人这边付的15%的服务费，可能以后就会长期的直接留在餐厅的网站上进行取单还有外卖的点餐。OK，so 这就是我们的一个Direct Online Ordering 的运行原理，我们可以到下一页了。接下来几页我们可以看一下 Rushable 这边具体有哪些功能去实践这个零抽成线上点餐的。首先就是一个 branded website，so Rushable 会为每一位餐厅主动生成一个属于餐厅自己的网站和域名。餐厅也可以随时在后台去调整这个网站的设计、菜单的项目、价格等等内容都可以自行去 customize。然后呢，这个就相当于是有了一个Rushable 内涵的自建的一个像 Wix、GoDaddy 一样的 Web Building 的功能。假如说你的餐厅已经有了个比较完善的网站的话 ，Rushable 也可以直接和你现有的网站去整合，让餐厅到这个点餐的页面去快捷的点餐。那两种方式都是可以的。我们可以到下边一页。那到了这个整个点餐的过程当中，客人的体验也是非常的流畅。从刚开始选择 modifier， 选择不同的菜到 checkout 的页面，客人呢会用很短的时间内，然后也可以有很灵活的付款方式。我们这边有 Google Pay、Apple Pay， 任何 card payment 都可以。那最后在 checkout 的时候也会去显示可以加一些折扣的这种选项给客人任何餐厅现有的一些 promotion 折扣或者一些给某一部分客人提供的 special coupon，客人这边都可以自己去 apply check out。那下单成功以后，我们也会多一步的Rushable 会去感谢客人直接与餐厅点餐，向他们展示自己在通过这种方式省下了多少钱，也鼓励他们再次主动来到餐厅自己的页面上进行下单。Yep, that's it for the slide. 好，在外卖配送方面呢，Rushable 是有这个优质的司机配送服务的，那所有的配送服务也都是零抽成，Rushable 和第三方司机合作去完成这个餐厅外卖的送单配送。配送的司机也要符合所有这边展示的优质的评分条件 4.7 stars above and all of that。比如说配送过程当中由司机造成的任何一些延误呀、损失都是有相对应的退款和赔款保障。那这里一个很有趣的数据就是，在 Rushable 所有合作的餐厅里面，60%到70%其实都是自取单，客人去下，那剩下40%才是外卖订单。那 在这个过程当中，我们就可以保证至少这些外卖订单，餐厅现在可以自己无需去支付任何佣金。大大的就是加大了它的利润空间。由于这个原因，我们可以看到这个图片上的一个对比，在相等的订单数额的情况下，餐厅在 Rushable 这边能收到的利润是远远大于在像比如说 Grubhub 这样的 delivery 平台相等的订单数额所能赚到的总利润总收益。OK， all right, so that's about delivery. OK， 我们配合的非常好。So 那么到另一大方面呢，就是一个 customer data。So 使用 Rushable 这样的 direct online ordering 以后 ，Rushable 就可以actually 餐厅就可以直接掌握客户的信息。餐厅这边可以随时登录后台去获取所有下过单的客人的名字、邮件还有电话号码，这些全部都是进行验证过的。也会得到他们过去以往和餐厅点餐的一个行为和记录，消费的情况什么的，拉近了客人和餐厅之间的关系，让餐厅也深度的了解这个消费情况。那以后呢，也可以利用这些信息去做一些二次营销。可以到下一页了。All right, so 二次营销的话 ，Rushable 我们最近也是有推出属于我们自己的 email and text message marketing。这个的话，是比如说就是这个行业里面非常不太常见的比较 advanced 的一个技术，我们有 one-off campaign， 也有 automated campaign。这个就是锁定下过单的客人去持续的增高餐厅的利益。那 one-off campaign 是什么意思呢？就是可以选择所有的下过单的客人的信息，给他们发送一个一次性的coupon or discount， 提醒他们再次下单。像一个自动化的宣传呢，就是自动的 trigger， 当客人下单以后7天以后就邮件和短信提醒他们come and order again 这样子，然后在14天以后再给他们讲一些关于餐厅有趣的信息 promotion， 然后持续的去获得这个 attention of the customer and get more orders。那这一宣传模式它现在是有非常高的投资回报率。比如说我们上个月有一家餐厅用了20刀去做 email marketing， 然后所得到的回报是500刀的直接的订单。那在餐厅这方面呢，每一次做完活动也可以去看到这个活动的效果。Rushable 也会提供报告，上面有各种各样的数据去改进这个活动的效果，再持续去 communicate with the customer。比如说有这个 customer 的点击率呀、下单的数额、阅读量这些我们都可以提供在餐厅后台去进行参考。那这就是我们的 email and text message marketing。 Let's go to the next part。So 对于我们现在看到的这个就是一个Rushable 会为每一个合作的餐厅提供的一个带有2维码的传统宣传卡片。这个宣传卡片呢，你可以直接在后台去都是预先设计好的，随时下载去使用，让餐厅去给客人宣传，直接到他们网站上来点餐。那上面也有这种2维码的系统，这个2维码的系统你也可以去另外自己去下载利用到任何你需要的地方。除了这种网站点餐的2维码，我们也有无接触堂吃的2维码 contactless dining， 如果合适你们的餐厅也可以去随时在后台上获取利用。那这就是 marketing cards。 Let's go to the next slide。OK， so 除了我们刚刚讲到的这些核心的功能去实现零抽成点餐，去为餐厅留住100%的收益，最终建立长期的和客人之间的关系以外，Rushable 也有像在这里显示的各种各样其他的服务，比如说 ticket printing， 还有我们的 POS integration， 我们的 tablet 也有各种各样的 order management 的功能。那也希望大家可以现在截个图假如说如果想要继续了解有任何问题的话，可以直接到我们的官方网站 rushable.io 去订一个1对1的咨询就只是为了回答你们的问题，然后去提供这样的1对1的顾问服务。那我个人的联系方式呢，也是 dildar@rushable.io。很可惜并不是迪丽热巴，是迪丽达尔。So 也欢迎和在座的各位餐厅也很期待和你们继续去交流。Yeah， That's everything. Yeah， 我会在这个对话框里把我的联系方式发上去，这样大家就可以有了我的联系方式。OK， 那我们可以有 Q&A， 如果有什么问题都可以一起回答。
谢谢迪丽达尔。那我们看到对话窗里头看，两位挑一个问题，我们回答。
我看到有问是如何收费的，我觉得你可以直接发一个 email 给我们的Duder， 然后可以安排一个 demo， 因为我们的收费样式非常的 flexible， 可以由餐厅这边多支付，也可以由客人这边多支付，非常的 hybrid， 所以我觉得可能更加详细的一个 demo 会更加能够帮到你们，可以直接联系他。
好的，那同时 Ryan 和迪丽达尔，如果你们稍后也可以在我们的 webinar 上面多停留一下时间，也可以在对话窗里头去在线回答他们的问题。那么本场就先谢谢 Ryan 和迪丽达尔。好的，朋友们，那我们接下来，谢谢。那我们进入到下一个环节我们也是非常荣幸的请到了我们的冀北川花椒鸡米线品牌创始人陈明宝，为大家分享中国连锁品牌落地美国本土化的关键破局点。宝哥你好。
你好，你好。
宝哥，您能先做个自我介绍吗？
好的。在那个介绍里面，可能大家都看到我们是来自中国的。目前来讲，在美国的话，我们可能有30几家门店。冀北川花椒鸡。那我原来本身是做这个职业经理人，一直都是在打造这个品牌包装，以及对外出口，以及到各个国家的这种门店的一些布局，包括中国市场，我也都在一直都在操作这一块的。抱歉，稍微有一点紧张因为第一次进入那个吃货小分队这个平台，也感谢那个 Amy 我们接下来继续下面那个品牌介绍里面的话，我可能就暂时讲的不用太多，我们下一页那我本人呢是做职业经理人，已经做了15年，包括我餐饮品牌的一些包装，产品的研发，包括市场的一些推广这些我都有在一直从事这样的工作，做了差不多有10几年了，然后下一页，我们讲重点的，可能大家都会比较想听那从中国餐饮怎么样进入到一个海外的市场？那这个里面可能会细分，比如说中国味，全球市场我们怎么样去打，怎么样去让更多的人，比如说像白人、非洲裔美国人、西裔，能够更快速的去接受我们的中餐。那大家可能最早接触到像这一类的族裔群体，可能接触到的最多的，可能像我们的广东的粤菜类的，对吧？那近几年像火锅类的，比如说像麻辣、川菜，接触到最高的接触度，现在目前来讲应该是还是比较高的。因为我经常会到一些餐馆里面，比如说火锅店、川菜馆，包括我们自己的餐厅，我们冀北川餐厅里面，我们自己的产品线里面，因为它也有一些麻辣的产品会很受这个外部的这个族裔群体更多的去接受他们。那从这一块产品里面可能会涉及到的就是它的记忆感会比较强，产品线相对来说就是会比较有刺激性的，那接受度相对会更高一些。那为什么我们会讲到一个就是快餐的时代？因为现在的年轻人，比如说像我算是80后的人，基本上是不太会就是80后的人还算是会做一点饭的，比如说90后的、00后的，包括接下来像这些更年轻的人，我相信在家里用餐的基数，比如说自己做的，可能会他的时间会更短一些，但是大部分呢可能会比如说像在一些 刚刚我们前面的一些嘉宾可能会讲到，就比如说在外卖平台上面啊，他们能够享受到各种美食，我可以打开我的 app 就可以搜索到各种商家、各种店铺、各种美食。然后快餐时代一直在美国都是比较盛行的，包括北美。接下来像中国的市场，我一直都是在做快餐这个赛道里面啊，所以呢，就是主打市场可能相对来说接受年轻人会受更多的年轻人的接受会更多一些啊。我们下一页。Hello。那像中国餐饮，我们今天讲到的可能就是在这个中国的餐饮怎么样餐饮具备什么样的优势出海。那很多加盟商啊，我自己的加盟商可能也会问到我，那宝哥你这个成本是多高，然后这个进货会不会涨价？那会关注到大部分的客户会关注到这个会最多。那在北美的市场里面加盟我们的，你比如说像我目前在美国我有39家店，39家加盟店，我们也是去年才放开加盟的。那在这个基础上面，我们要做到控制成本，然后去降本增效，然后它的物流也好啊，售价也好啊，包括这些我们公司都有自己的一套就是系统在把控的。包括我们的采购成本，我们一直在压缩，但是我们压缩成本的同时，我们不会说我们把口味给降低，我们一定要是标准化、高标准化的出餐，让口味更多的去让市场来接受，让让我们的顾客来评判我们自己的产品到底是不是这样的一个适不适合这样的一个市场。那我呢自己呢本身也是做海外门店，包括我原来的老公司里面，我做了好几个品牌，已经涉入到海外多个国家。那像我自己现在这个品牌呢，我们自己已经做了将近有7个国家，那各个区域的门店，比如说像法国、西班牙、新加坡或者加拿大、美国等等这些地区，我们都有门店在操作。那同样的，它的标准线在哪里？其实讲到一个重点，就是一个是物料的一个成本控制，还有一个就是物流这一块的一个快速运转，包括我们的出餐，比如说我们的餐品出餐的标准化，我们到每一个地区里面，我们会进行市场的一些分析，然后市场分析里面，我们可能会根据当地的一些餐饮，然后包括一些这个消费者对餐饮上面的一些评论，我们进行收集，然后进行市场分析。分析完了以后，然后我们再进行我们自己的产品，在开业前我们要不断的去磨合，不断的去调整，不断的进行提升，然后达到当地的这个销售水平，我们才进行市场投放。产品上的一些操作，那比如说像我们不需要就是大厨去进行这个复杂化的，就是讲白了就是去厨师化。那去厨师化可能有一些顾客会想着，哎，你的产品线标不标准？那我们在研发的过程当中，我们可能就涉及到所有的产品的一些细节，我们都已经把它前期就已经设定好了。那在这个期间里面，我们可能会发生比如说突发性的问题，然后优势，然后我们进行产品上的一些操作，标准的一些出品，然后人员的岗位上面的一些轮动性的一些培训，这些我们都需要进行就是标准的一些操作，包括我们的一些设备啊，一些操作动线上面都要进行当地的就是落地门店的一些动线上面的一些调整，因为人员的操作习惯啊，它是有一定的这种自动性的，就是这个是你是没有办法去把它就是改变的嘛。那我们可能就是根据当地的一些细节性的调整，然后进行动线的上一操作，然后标准化出餐，产品的一些简易的一些操作，就是我的所有东西都是标准化的一些开始，包括人员上面有一些就是顾客会就是有一些顾客可能了解到最多的就是我开这样的店，我进入在美国，我的用工成本本来就很高，那用工成本很高的情况下，我们在前期通过我们的研发，通过我们的一些操作的一些简化，包括我们的一些动线上的一些设计， 可能我们一个厨房里面我们只需要3个员工就可以操作，甚至有时候你人员流转的速度，产品流转速度会比较快的情况下，我们可能2个半人我们就可以操作一家厨房里面的，就提前备餐，提前把有一些我们该需要的食材啊保持新鲜的情况下，我们可以把它提前备出来。这样子的话，人员备注上面我们可能就使用的会更少一些。包括我们在培训上面，我们是因为进入到海外，你涉及到的这个培训上面的一些细节，比如说我的员工，对吧？我要打杂的，我要请哪一些？然后我们的主要的出餐人员是请哪一些？我们都会进行比例上的一些分配，然后所有的员工都是轮岗制、全岗位的培训。培训就是当某个员工休息了以后，他可能不会说我这家店我就没办法经营了，我们可能会说，另外的人员可能会替上去，我们是这样在操作这个市场。那这一块目前很多时候呢，中国的市场也会在做，但是要进入海外市场里面呢，它可能就忽略到就是我的产品符不符合海外的一些市场。为什么就是说我可能刚刚在讲的时候没有介绍，就我以前也是做米粉的，我现在还是在做米粉这个赛道里面，是因为这个赛道相对来说在美国的市场里面，它可能海外的市场里面接受度会更高一些，包括我们的产品线相对来说会比较就是复合性，就综合性会比较强，所以选择性会更多一些。那我们进到下一个页面啊。就是讲到我们怎么样来如何来服务海外的市场。通常中国企业来了以后，有一些品牌它可能加盟到做到海外来，但是他们没有设立当地国的一些服务性的对客户的一些服务，这个就比较难实现把这个客户投资的风险给规避掉。为什么这样说？因为当我们在把品牌加盟出去的时候，我们同时我们要对客户我们要进行负责任。那我先讲一下我们济北川这边是怎么样去把这个服务体系给建立起来。我们同时把中国的一些服务给同步给运转到美国来。那可能像餐饮里面，我们发展的速度相对来说会比较快一些，我们的流转性也会比较快一些。那像我们自己，我们可能会在当地国，比如说像我在美国，我美国目前有30多家店，我就在美国，像纽约，我就可能设立一个总部，设立一个美国纽约的一个办事处，